Good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to our closed session here in the city of Moreno Valley. Today's date is April 21st, 2026. We will go ahead and call this meeting to order at 4:04 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Councilmember Delgado.
Here, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry, Councilmember Bacasana Cruz is arriving late. Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item C, public comments on matters on the agenda only. Pursuant to the Brown Act, public comments shall be limited to only those items on the closed session agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Mayor. The first two speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Lindsay Robinson.
Hello, good evening. It's kind of strange how the agenda calls for comments on the matters on the agenda only, but yet what is there here? Pursuant to government section, potential case. It absolutely has nothing for us to comment on. How can we comment on something that is not being shown? And as I've said before, you don't need to have closed sessions. It's not required by law for you to have closed sessions. Everything should be out in the public eye. We need transparency. That is a purpose of good governance, is transparency, and there's no transparency here. For example, you're putting these things here that are superficial, things that we have no idea what they're about, but yet you come out with MOUs giving the Brian city manager all these powers, making up all these MOUs that are illegal. You cannot do that. That is illegal. You violated the Brown Act, and there's going to be a major lawsuit. Probably Mr. Mohan will be arrested. Mr. Quintanilla will be disbarred, and whoever's involved in this nonsense of giving him the powers are probably not going to win for re-election. This is ridiculous in this era of this zeitgeist Trump administration that we have, that is overlooking the other chambers of Congress, of the law, the three branches of government. He thinks he's all powerful, and that's exactly what's going on. All politics are local, and that's exactly what's going on here. Mr. Mohan thinks he is Napoleon Bonaparte or Hitler or something. He does not have the right to do what he did, and you guys are sad. It's a sad case that you guys gave him what he did, and you're not doing anything about the transparency. If you have something on the closed session that you gave him the power to give away the taxpayers' money at his discretion without a reportable action, that's a violation. And that's a violation on you guys, on every single one of you. And these two guys got to go. I'm sorry, they got to go.
The next speaker is Lindsay Robinson.
Good evening. That's a hard one to follow. It's very difficult to get here at 4, but I've been concerned for a long time about all the litigation going on in this city. And I know partly it helps Quintanilla's private practice, and yet some staff have also flippantly said, well, insurance pays for most of it, and that's not a good way to do business. Like Chris said, it's hard to comment on closed session when you give us no topic to comment on. You could give a brief comment about it. This is about the roads or whatever, so we could at least comment on, hey, yes, these potholes, or you're going to get sued over, or something obscure like that. The lack of transparency without having this subject matter should be, needs to stop. We need to have this information disclosed, and you can still keep things private. Of course, you were happy to expose the mayor's lawsuit. His name showed up front and center, but you're not showing these other people's. Potential lawsuits is a new thing that I've just noticed. That potential lawsuit can be anything and everything. So can I just comment about anything and everything in hopes that it falls under one of these potential lawsuits? And while doing research, I also learned that you're breaking the law. You gave direction to the city manager in a closed session. The law states that a fully convened city council open to the public to give the city manager any direction. I have it right here, and I just did not speak well on that. So this, what Chris was referring to, should have been done at an open public meeting, not a closed session direction. So I'm asking that in the future. I think this is a loophole created by Mr. Quintanilla, allowing you guys to give direction to the city manager in closed session. It's a violation of the law, and just going forward, whether it's today or next week or 2 weeks, do not do it anymore. Any direction to the city manager is supposed to be at a full and open public meeting. Okay, that's it. Sorry.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for closed session.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we will turn it over to our city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, what matters will the council be discussing in a closed session today?
Mr. Mayor, D1 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4. We do not have to disclose the substance of that potential initiation of litigation since it's related to strategy. We don't want to tip anybody off that we may be initiating litigation against them. D2, though, that's conference of legal counsel regarding significant exposure to litigation. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2. In this particular instance, the law requires us to state the facts and circumstances justifying why we are going into closed session to discuss significant exposure to litigation. In this case, there are two potential cases. The first one's related to the general plan update, which is on our public hearing calendar tonight. We have received several threats of litigation in connection with the general plan update. The second issue has to deal with an affordable housing contract with our housing authority and a dispute between the developer and the city over the term and application of the affordability covenants that are recorded against the property. So we have to disclose that for D2. D3, Conference of Real Property Negotiators. This is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. This involves property located at the northeast corner of Redlands Boulevard and Brodihia Avenue. Our negotiator is Brian Mohan, our city manager, and he will be negotiating with the property owner, Oscar Graham. Or Oscar Graham is representing the property owner, or is the property owner. And so the negotiating parties are technically the City of Moreno Valley and Pasco Pacifica. And we are going to be negotiating price in terms of payment. So that concludes the three items that are on tonight's closed session calendar.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney.
And we do have an obligation to report out on any decisions that are made, on certain decisions that are made or direction provided in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So with that, we will go ahead and recess into closed session. Good evening. Welcome back to our closed session here in the city of Moreno Valley. At this time, I will look to our city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, was there any reportable action taken in closed session today?
Mr. Mayor, in regards to D1, the potential initiation of litigation item, there was no reportable action taken. In regards to D2, conference with legal counsel regarding significant exposure to litigation, there were 2 potential cases. There was no action taken on the first item. On the second item, the council voted 4-0-1 with Mayor Cabrera, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, and council members Bernard and Delgado voting yes, and Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz absent to to authorize or direct the city manager to rescind the contracts for the Mary Erickson's community housing project known as Lantana Court. In regards to item D3, the council voted 4-0-1 with Mayor Cabrera, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez, council members Bernard and Delgado voting yes, Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz absent, to direct the city manager to proceed with real property negotiations to acquire property as an alternative site for the public safety campus. Those conclude the closed session announcements.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. So with that, we will go ahead and officially adjourn our closed session meeting, and we'll give a minute or two to transition over to our special presentations. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to our special presentations here on April 21st. We are always glad to have you here joining us in person, and if you're watching at home, thank you for tuning in. Our first presentation recognizes April as Arts Month. Arts Month is an opportunity to celebrate the role of arts and culture in strengthening our community. Through music, visual arts, performance, and creative expression, the arts bring people together and contribute to a vibrant and a connected city. Here in Moreno Valley, our very own Arts Commission plays a vital role in supporting and promoting arts programs, community events, and opportunities for residents to engage in creative activities. Their efforts help enrich our community and provide spaces for expression, learning, and connection. And at this time, I would like to invite 2 of our arts commissioners. One is the chairperson of the Arts Commission, Samantha Contreras, and she is joined by the vice chair of the Arts Commission, Andrea Austin. If we can give them a big Moreno Valley round of applause as they join me here at the mic. Thank you for joining us. Is that 2 meetings in a row?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, it is.
That doesn't happen often, but thank you for joining us here. Chairperson Contreras, welcome. Thank you again for being here for special presentations. We, of course, as always, appreciate the work of the full Arts Commission that I think you and your colleagues, most of them have been on the board or the commission now for maybe 2 years or more now. It's been kind of a similar group of faces there that has been approving the vinyl utility box wraps that you see around the city, the murals, various programs that the commission has approved, recommended, and brought to the council. It's because of their work that you're seeing the arts really taking off and blooming in the city of Moreno Valley. And so at this time, without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to the both of you if you'd like to share a few words.
Thank you. I'm gonna lower this. That's fine. I'm not that sure, but
Is that good?
yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, city members, and members of the community. My name is Samantha Contreras, and I am honored to serve as chair of the Moreno Valley Public Arts Commission. Tonight, I'm here to recognize April as Arts Month and to celebrate the vital role the arts play in our city. Arts Month is more than a celebration. It's a reminder that the arts are not a luxury, but a necessity. The arts are how we tell our stories, how we preserve our culture, and how we build connection across our diverse community. In Moreno Valley, the arts show up in powerful ways through public murals that reflect our identity, through performances and cultural events that bring families together, and through creative programs that give our youth a voice. Every brushstroke, every performance, every installation contributes to a stronger and more vibrant city. We encourage our community to engage by attending an event, visiting a public art piece, supporting local artists, or simply taking a moment to experience creativity in your everyday life. Because when we invest in the arts, we are investing in people. When we invest in creativity, we are investing in innovation. And when we invest in culture, we are investing in our future of Moreno Valley. On behalf of the Public Arts Commission, thank you for your continued support of the arts and for helping us build a city where creativity can thrive. Thank you, and go arts.
All right. Thank you once again, Chairperson Contreras, and on behalf of the City Council, if they'd like to go ahead and start joining us here so we could take a group picture, would like to present this proclamation recognizing April as Arts Month here in the city of Moreno Valley. And we just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the work that you and your colleagues continue to do. Keep up the good work. You're bringing a lot of life and color to the city of Moreno Valley. It's a nice breath of fresh air. And so just keep up that amazing work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for them.
And 1, 2, 3. Oh, let me do it one more time. And 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
And next up, I will hand the floor over to Councilmember Delgado, who will be presenting a special presentations recognizing Arbor Day. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hold your applause. Good evening. Tonight's second presentation recognizes National Arbor Day. Arbor Day is an annual observance that promotes the planting and care of trees. First established in 1872, Arbor Day has grown into a national effort that focuses on maintaining strong and sustainable environments for future generations. Moreno Valley is proud to be recognized as a Tree City USA. This means the city meets national standards for managing its trees. In Moreno Valley, this work is led by our Special Districts Division. The team maintains parkways, medians, and public areas and supports long-term planning and responsible growth. At this time, I'd like to invite Special Districts Division Manager Valerie Arenas Ray to join me at the microphone. Where you at, Valerie? Come on up. Oh, and her team. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Hey. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, well, Valerie, would you like to say a few words about what you do and what this is all about?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. It is greatly appreciated and reflects meaningful support for the city's community tree program. These efforts play an important role in helping maintain its Tree City USA designation. We thank you for your recognition and support.
She didn't have her speech ready. As a reminder, the city will host the Beautify Moval Community Day of Service celebrating Arbor Day and Earth Day this Saturday, April 25th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And that's right here at City Hall. Meet at City Hall about 8 o'clock, or 8 o'clock. So we'll hope to see you all there. And on behalf of the City Council and the Mayor of Moreno Valley, it is our honor to present this proclamation recognizing National Arbor Day and reaffirming the city's commitment to maintaining and enhancing our community. Congratulations. Take some photos. And if you guys want to come up, take some pictures. If I can get you all on the bottom right here, and we'll get you in the middle with that. Two and two, perfect. All right. And Council, let me get you down on the bottom. Yeah. There we go. All right. God, if I can just get you over there. Perfect. All right. All right. And 1, 2, 3. Perfect. One more. One more. One more. Felicia. Awesome, guys.
Thank you.
And for our third presentation, I'd like to welcome up Councilmember Bernard. If she can find her.
It's under here.
There she goes.
No, I don't have it.
Make it up.
Okay, so I can make this up. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. I lost it. There's a lot happening. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Thank you. Yeah. See, look, and look at that. Everyone found everything. So contrary to the weather that we see today, if we remember, March was a very hot March. It was 100 degrees outside. So as we move forward, I'll say this. As the heat sets in, more families will be spending time around water, making safety a priority for everyone. This presentation recognizes the month of May as Water Safety Awareness Month, and we're doing it now because we said the month of May. So let us all in preparation know that yes, it's April 21st, but the next day that we're here will be a Taco Tuesday and also Cinco de Mayo, so I want you to remember this. Water-related incidents happen quickly. National data shows drowning is a leading cause of death for young children, reinforcing the importance of awareness, preparation, and close supervision. At this time, I'd like to invite the best, Fire Chief Park. Come on down. And Jeremy, this is no reflection about how I feel about Parks and Rec. And Sarah, this is no reflection about how I feel about you. I love you all. Okay. Chief Park, welcome and thank you for being here. We appreciate your leadership and the work of the fire department in keeping our community safe. Chief Park, would you like to share a few words about water safety?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor and Council and everybody who's here. We do this every year because drownings occur every year, and it's important that we continue to get the message out and that we continue to push the public and everybody to learn CPR, learn water safety awareness, and to go to the city website and also to the Coast Guard, the lifeguards, and all of those types of places that you can learn about water safety, because it is not just a pool. It can happen in bathtubs, it can happen at the beach, it can happen at the river, and so it can happen to every age, and we just want to continue to push that message. And later we're going to have a heartwarming story about a potentially very dangerous situation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So with that being said, on behalf of my city, the City Council and the Mayor, it is my honor to present this proclamation recognizing May as Water Safety Awareness Month. And invite the rest of the council to come on down. Are we going to balance? Okay.
All right, and 1, 2, 3. We do it one more time. And 1, 2, 3.
favorite fire chief. So, as Chief Parks returns to his seat, I do want to notate that the city's aquatics program offers swim lessons and water safety instructions for residents of all ages. To sign up, please visit the city's Parks and Community Services website. Also, when you do go to sign up, we do offer a scholarship program also, so that's also available. And with that, we will now move to our final presentation of the night, led by Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you, Councilmember Bernard. And for our last special presentation, we are honored to be joined by members of our law enforcement and fire teams. Along with a member of our community, we recognize a life-saving response that reflects the very best of Moreno Valley. This presentation recognizes the coordinated response of our Sheriff's Department, Fire Department, and a community member during a recent emergency involving a young child. Situations like this require quick action, coordination, and training. Because of that response, this incident resulted in a positive outcome for the child and their family. At this time, I'd like to invite Chief Mack and Fire Chief Park to join me at the front. Let's give them another warm round of applause. If you could both share from your perspective what happened and the response.
Yeah, to reinforce the message of water safety awareness, we thought it was very timely to bring this up. Last month, our firefighters, law enforcement, and a civilian responded to a drowning call for a young child. And when our firefighters got at scene, what they saw was that the civilian responder had already initiated CPR. RSO, with their training, had jumped in and started performing CPR. Our paramedics then performed life-saving treatments. They rode into the hospital. At the hospital, the patient was not breathing. They were comatose. They were placed on a breathing tube. And because of this chain of survival over this last month, as of April, that 2-year-old has been discharged and is back at home eating pizza. So, turn over, sir.
So obviously this is the call that our law enforcement and our firefighters never want to get dispatched to. But when they do, they jump into action. Their training and experience kicks in and it takes over, and you get decades of training that comes into play where they know what to do and they know how to take care of people. And this is a good example of what happens when that experience is on display. You get these positive outcomes. And it's absolutely amazing to be able to present this group of firefighters and law enforcement today with this award, and also to recognize the neighbor, the civilian who doesn't have the same expectation to have these levels of training experience, but they absolutely did. So they were able to jump in before we were there, to next door neighbor to jump in before us, and it is an absolute pleasure to group them into this group of wonderful people that are out there serving your community, and to recognize our resident, our firefighters, and our law enforcement tonight.
Thank you for that overview and your leadership. Please stay here. At this time, I'd like to invite the responding personnel and community member to join us at the front. As your name is called, please come forward to receive your certificate. Curtis Peebles, resident. Deputy Mitchell Lara. Deputy Walter Trevino Beltran. Deputy Miguel Bautista. Deputy Jacob Padilla. Fire Captain Walter Catalan. Fire Apparatus Engineer Christian Duran. Firefighter Lane Morrison. Fire Apparatus Engineer Michael Fracasso. And Firefighter Paramedic Chase Gonzalez. On behalf of the City Council, it is our honor to recognize each of you for your actions, professionalism, and commitment to protecting our community. Because of your response, a life was saved, a family is given a second chance for their loved ones. Please join me again in another round of applause. And now it's the group picture.
All three steps, so the taller folks in the back, less taller folks up front. Here you go. Another way. If I can get you, sir, to take one step down right there. Perfect. And you two gentlemen just a little bit this way in the back. Perfect. Let me get you one step. Yeah, you're good. See, let's look at it here. It's a little bit over this way. There we go. Maybe you'll see your face. And you, sir, just a bit this way so you're not directly behind him. There we go. All right. All right, and 1, 2, 3. One more for safety. And 1, 2, 3. Wonderful.
Hold on one second.
Oh.
And with that concludes our special presentations, and our meeting will begin in about 8 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. I now call the meeting to order on April 21st, 2026 at 6:02 p.m. Would any of my colleagues like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening? Councilmember Delgado will lead us in the pledge. Please remain standing after the Pledge of Allegiance for the invocation given this evening by Pastor David Rivera from Oasis Community Church.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance by placing your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Good evening, Pastor. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, residents of Moreno Valley. Thank you for this opportunity. Would you please join me as we pray for this service, or for this meeting? Gracious Father, we thank you again for another day and for the opportunity to gather in this place to discuss many matters that will impact this city. Lord, I pray for the agenda items that will be discussed this evening, that as we work through these items that have been prepared for us to review, that we would discuss them in a civil manner, and that the decisions and actions would be beneficial to all the residents of Moreno Valley. Lord, we know that we don't see things all the same. We have different beliefs, different feelings, we see things differently, but I ask that as this meeting unfolds, we would be respectful to one another, and we would have positive dialogue that would benefit all people here. Your word says that we should carry each other's burdens. In doing so, we show compassion and mercy and grace, and we build strong communities for all people. I pray for our city leaders, that they have been elected, that they would do their duties with honor. I pray for our businesses, that they would thrive even in difficult times. I pray for all our staff, Lord, fire department, police department. I pray for our teachers, for our medical field, for the families in Moreno Valley, that we would all do well and help each other so that this city continues to be blessed by your hand. Father, we thank you for the many blessings you've given us over the years because we have placed our trust in you. And I pray that you continue to bless this wonderful city. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor. I know it's not Sunday service, but we truly appreciate the invocation there. Thank you for joining us. And the next item on our agenda is D, the land acknowledgement. And at this time, we wish to acknowledge that we are on the unceded lands of the Coahuila and Payacoachiam or Luiseño, who are original inhabitants and now as sovereign tribal nations have continued to live and thrive upon these lands since time immemorial. Item E, roll call. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Councilmember Delgado.
Here, ma'am.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is item F, motions to excuse. We are all here, so we'll go to item G, staff introductions, please.
Patty Rodriguez, City Clerk.
Sonia Gomez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, City Attorney.
Ryan Mohan, City Manager.
Lana Jimenez, Assistant City Manager, Administration.
Felicia London, CFO and City Treasurer.
Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager, Development.
Angelica Fraustalupo, Community Development Director.
Kyle Warsinski, Economic Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Robert Cardenas, Human Resources Director.
Sarah Mack, Police Chief.
Thank you very much, team. It's always an honor to be here in the chamber to conduct the people's business. And next will be item H, approval of order of agenda. And I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any requests. If not, we can make a motion and a second to approve the order of the agenda.
I motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is I, public comments on matters that are not on the agenda. And just a friendly reminder, the city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use this service, please scan the QR code that you can find at the speaker's sign-up table. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk know, and we will gladly let you borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad ahora ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gustan usar este servicio, por favor avísele a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to public comments, I'd like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments on items that are on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to comment on any items not on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. The first three speakers are Ruth Santiago, followed by Jillian Harville, followed by Fred Benuelos.
Is Ruth Santiago here with us? Yes, okay. Just right up here to the podium, and as soon as you start speaking, we'll start the 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello. Make sure I got that. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members and guests. My name is Ruth Santiago, and I am a social work student at Cal State San Bernardino and a resident of Moreno Valley for the last 25 years. I am proud to be here and join with my fellow future social workers. We're here tonight to speak about our community action project that focuses on understanding community needs, specifically in District 1 of Moreno Valley. We conducted surveys to better understand the challenges residents are facing. During our surveys in 2 different areas in District 1, we spoke with residents who shared that since the pandemic, they've been having difficulties finding food resources that are available to them in the community. As of right now, the Moreno Valley Matters website continues to update its resources, but many residents are unaware of its existence. And we're trying to make that known to them in the community that this website is very helpful, and it does offer information and resources that it provides on this website. This situation has left many residents feeling discouraged and overwhelmed as they struggle to find the right resources they need within the Moreno Valley community. This only adds to the stress of trying to provide food for their families, especially as the federal funding for SNAP benefits continues to diminish. Mothers we surveyed shared concerns that their children are not receiving the proper nutrition needed to thrive as the cost of food continues to rise and becomes increasingly unaffordable. In response, our group has decided to partner with Calvary Chapel to support an ongoing food drive that provides free food for those in need. This takes place every Saturday at Weston Park from 8 a.m. to noon or until supplies last. We will be joining them on Saturday, May 2nd, as we will be volunteering our time and hosting an informational session to get the word out and the information out of where they can find food resources available to them. To share these resources such as food assistance programs and other community services. We encourage everyone to spread the word and support this effort. A thoughtful action now can prevent a bigger problem later. We hope to make a positive impact and support the community in any way we can, and we hope to all see you there. We thank you for your time and your service to our community. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Jillian Harville, followed by Fred Benuelos, followed by Christopher Baca.
Alrighty, good evening, Mayor, council members, community members. My name is Jillian Harville, and I too am a social work major at Cal State San Bernardino, and a community member here in Moreno Valley. Alongside my peers, Natalie Cervantes, Christina Williams, and Desiree Bush, we've been working on a semester-long project where we conducted a needs assessment in the community, and based on those results, created an action plan to give back. This past weekend, alongside Faith Ministries, we distributed 101 bags of food, clothes, and hygiene supplies to the unhoused across Moreno Valley and surrounding communities. Through this experience, we saw firsthand the gap between available resources and real community needs. While one of the biggest needs we observed was access to food, another major need was basic undergarments and socks. These simple items are often overlooked, yet they play an essential role in maintaining dignity and comfort. Faith Ministries carries out this work every third Saturday of the month, consistently showing up for our community. We encourage the city's support to help expand these efforts and better meet these needs. Additionally, their sister organization, Worship Life Church, prepares and distributes baskets for families every Wednesday. This also provides an opportunity for community members to donate their time or materials if they would like to get involved. And to anyone who would like to get involved, learn more, or support future efforts, we do have flyers available with more information. And thank you for your time and support.
The next three speakers are Fred Benuelos, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Ismael Gonzalez.
Hello, everyone. The study session just a few days ago, very informative. I like that you guys did that. The spring fire update, I'm glad that they have a wildfire, a community resilience forum coming up. I'm looking forward to that the city's going to put on. We talked about the bike master plan. You know, there's 4 things for that. 1 and 2 for me, those are unacceptable. 3, with the park and the parking lot. I'd love to see a parking lot, but I also don't want that park to be lost. I wish it could go in between the parking lot and in between the fire station. And I love option number 4, where you remove a travel lane and keep bike lane and parking, and everybody's happy. I want to let you know that I went riding my bike today around Rancho Verde High School. That's a cluster area over there. I have some videos that you guys know where to go watch them. I'll be posting them soon, but we need protected bike lanes over there. There was pedestrians, there was e-bikes, the kids, there must have been, I think, 50 bikes in where they lock up their bikes that they're traveling out of there, just the normal traffic. I didn't have to call law enforcement on a non-emergency number because we already had 2 motor officers that were in the area that were given tickets. And what's interesting is the parents don't even care about moving. Once they saw those officers, they're sticking to their guns and staying there. They don't want to move. And I kid you not, there must have been at least 50 or 60 cars parked illegally in the bike lanes. I mean, we have the money. Our state has the money to do things. Our state doesn't know how to spend money, but we have the money to get things done. And I'm very adamant about wanting to get protected bike lanes. I'm hoping that Morrison, we get some positive things out of that, but Rancho Verde is another problem area. You'll see on my video that people are speeding in that area before they even get to it by the high school. I'm sitting there with my camera posted up, and you'll see the cars just zooming by me, getting to the school. It's a very dangerous situation, and I'm glad that the 2 motor officers were out there giving tickets. But again, people weren't moving. They were just like holding the ground. They're not going to leave until they pick up their kid. The school has to do something about making it better to get in and out of there. The parking lot, it wasn't even halfway full. You know, what's going on? How come people aren't going in there to park? There's a school just north of it that seems like they do a better job in the Moreno Valley Unified School District that has I'll have to go watch them tomorrow. Anyway, there's my time. Thanks, guys.
The next three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Mr. George Haig.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, staff, community, particularly. What I have here is the City of Moreno Valley organizational chart. On the top is citizens. Below that is your city council, community service districts, library trustees, so forth. Below the city council is the city manager, attorney, clerk, and below that assistant manager. But anyhow, the point being is that why is the city not following this organizational chart as far as a hierarchy of how you're supposed to conduct your business and yourselves and how the city staff should conduct themselves? We have our city manager and our city attorney at the top of this organizational chart making illegal MOUs, illegal decisions, keeping them, I suppose, from elected officials, and elected officials are unaware of the things they're doing. So I ask myself, why are these things happening? And it just seems to be the era we're living in, where all the way from the top in our country, our government is overlooking the process and procedures and divisions and checks and balances that we have in a functioning government. And it trickles down all the way down to our local government. All politics are local, and this is exactly what's going on here in this city, where we have a dictator here dictating and making decisions for the people, for the staff, for city council, for the elected officials. And unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, I hate to say it, I respect your current, doings, but, isn't it a little late after 8 years that you're finally standing up to this? I applaud you for it. Thank you. But there's a lot more that you have to look into as far as what they've done and what they continue doing. So anyhow, where's my time? I need to know, can you give me more time? As we continue on this journey with my pet peeve on calling out corruption, I just want to point out that my greatest people that I follow are Bernie Sanders and Jesus Christ, who happen to be Jewish. So as far as any anti-Semitism that I may be accused of is far from the truth. You can be anti-Israel and not be anti-Semite. We are against the Israeli government, but we're not against Jewish people. That goes for Ben-Zivi. We dislike Ben-Zivi, but it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
The next three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Mr. George Haig, followed by Lindsay Robinson.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. Council members, city staff, everybody tuning in at home. My name is Ismael Gonzalez. I'm the vice chair of the Box Springs group of Sierra Club here in Moreno Valley. I just want to begin by saying that if there are any closed-door MOUs being drafted by this body, I completely detest that. That is horrible. That should be out in the open for transparency's sake. And I want to continue my my time here to talk about history a little bit. I'm trying my best not to directly comment on item K1, but I think the people need to know how long this issue has been going on, right? So let's have a little history lesson provided by your own city website under community development. It looks like back in June 2021 and August 2021, the Moval 2040 project and final environmental impact report were approved and certified, and then a lawsuit argued that they were deficient. The Riverside County Superior Court said that there were deficiencies in your EIR on the basis of air quality, climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, energy use, and the baseline existing conditions analysis. And to rush it through the Planning Commission, I think that was a horrible debacle unto itself. I watched the YouTube videos from October and November. There was one planning commissioner who voted against approving it because not all the items were presented in light of that conversation. I think it's highly irresponsible for this body, for the city staff, to pass it along to you guys without having all the puzzle pieces to the project itself. I think that's, again, another issue about transparency that needs to be worked on. This here, this letter alone, it's not pertaining to K1, so I'm hoping to talk about it. It's the Attorney General letter dated April 21st. He writes, our office is satisfied with the added mitigation measures in the MMRP and generally does not object to the city proceedings to finalize the general plan update, but we do note that the GPU does not otherwise satisfy Government Code Section 65302.02 through Assembly Bill 98. So technically, you guys still have homework to do. You guys still need to work on this.
The next three speakers are.
Thank you.
About this more. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Mr. George Haig, followed by Lindsay Robinson, followed by Nikita Wilson.
Good evening, George Haig. The housing element plan is actually supposed to go through the same process as the AB 98 truck plan, where you really do make an effort to reach out to the public, where you really do a whole bunch, and your city is really trying to do that on AB 98 and the truck plans, and looking all over the place to find other people to talk to and explain and get input. Housing element? Not so much. It basically seemed to come down to one or two planning people and some well-connected developers. You really need to make sure that the housing element really goes out like you're doing with AB 98. Marina Valley Utility, the 4+1 of you is in charge of the Marina Valley Utility. And what's happening right now and has been for the past several years is that you're restricting the amount of solar that can go on large buildings. We got a 40 million square foot World Logistics Center out there with 40 million square feet of rooftop. It should be totally covered by solar, and you're restricting it to just half of that. Each warehouse going in around our city, in some cases, the developer wants to put in 100% solar. Marina Valley Utility is not allowing it. You're in charge of that. That's a crime. You're saying you're going to buy renewable energy. In other words, you're allowing huge farms out in the desert, destroying habitat, sending lines this direction where they lose energy as they're transmitting it towards the city. It's crazy. You need 100% solar on all the large buildings. I'm still having trouble getting emails to the planning commissioners. I thank City Council Member Delgado, who has helped me, and the city clerk. I have not sent one in the last couple of weeks, so I'm going to be testing that very soon. I just want to give people a heads up that they're coming that way, and hopefully I will not have to contact the same people who helped me in the past. If it is a policy of the city manager, I would like that policy changed, and I think most planning commissioners would appreciate it also. The county and surrounding cities have a policy where if I have about 8 people here who would like to dedicate their time to me to speak, they can do so. They have to be in the audience, but I can use their time to speak. It makes for a more coherent talk to you instead of people coming up here for 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, not able really to say things that they would like to. We need that policy. Thank you very much.
The next three speakers are Lindsay Robinson, followed by Nikita Wilson, followed by Hope Phillips.
evening again, council, staff, and public. I'm here again for the second time to talk about the PACO that was gutted during COVID and to request that the city council direct the city manager at an open public meeting to reinstate the PACO to its original format in our municipal code. Within that PACO, we were supposed to have trails on one side of the road in the northeast. For 40 years, we patiently waited. We asked over and over again, when are the trails going to be started? When are the trails? Be patient, be patient. 40 years of patience. Former Parks and Rec employee Tony Hetherman and the former Trail Board, they kept trying to get the trails started. It's also part of the master plan trails unless it's been eliminated. They were told there's no money. Wow. The residents got to see you guys spend hundreds of $1,000s on Ito for Rancho Balago signs, Theodore signs, roads, whatever he wanted. There seemed to be no shortage of money, and that's still in effect today. So please reinstate our PACO and get the trails started on the northeast end before this whole community is destroyed. The PACO still does say we are the large lot community, so I hope you honor that and not try and put all these small lots in there. The city betrayed us when they gutted it back in COVID. Oh, by the way, this is the second reading asking for our Burrow Springs signs up there. Ito only took 2 minutes to get half the city changed to Rancho Balago, and the city paid for the signs and for the staff to put them up. I see we still have staff over there that have been proven to lie to commissions and public. They really should be losing their jobs. It's not fair to have liars sitting over there dictating policy, especially when they don't live in Moreno Valley. Closed session, May 20th. Supposedly the city council directed the city manager to get going on an MOU and the Rancho Balago estates for Ito. That was illegal. You have to only direct the manager at an open public meeting. The pre-annexation was signed in June, and it was not at a public meeting. We were not allowed to make public comments, and there was a deadline where we could only comment. The scoping meetings were later. Information was refused to me and Chris Baca when we made it, but it was given to a resident from Nuevo who was also called by the city attorney's associate to find out who he was and why he wanted public information. 2 of our staff members met with him in private and shared what was supposedly closed session information. Definite Brown Act. When is this going to stop? When are you guys going to start telling the truth and working for us? We're at the top, not Ben Zeevy, not the staff, not what.
The next 3 speakers are Nikita Wilson, followed by Hope Phillips, followed by Donovan Sadiq.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, City staff, community. My name is Nikita Wilson, and my comments are of my own. This is directly tied to the general plan update before you tonight. The housing element is our framework. It requires alignment between policy and outcomes. APR data. 1,123 permitted, 319 completed, 0 very low income, 32 low income, majority market rate. So yes, we are building. This is happening in real time. I'm currently navigating housing conditions and the city's response in real time. Are we building what we said we would? At what point does the city move from tracking outcomes to requiring alignment? When does institutional patience become institutional permission? We have the plan, we have the data. Now we need alignment, not just activity, accountability. Thank you. My daughter is going to be speaking next.
give us just 1 second to restart the 3 minutes here as well. And just a friendly reminder, before the public comment is open, I read into this record the script. For any public comments right now, this is non-agenda items. So if you are here to speak on, K1 or others, those comments should be left for later when the item comes up. So just want a friendly reminder for everybody. If we can get to 3 minutes. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Hope Phillips. I've been learning about the city plan for a downtown center, parks and open spaces, places for families and students to gather, events, and performing arts. We need more permanent places for families and kids to gather, not just events. Example, water parks or fairs. A city without places to gather is a city people leave. City Center 2040 plan. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Donovan Sadiq, followed by Bob Palomares, followed by Richard Bolter.
All right. Good evening, council, mayor, Ms. Baca, Ed, Shalinda, everybody that's up there. Here we go. Silly season coming into it. The staff, by the way. I'm going to say active staff. To the young lady that just was speaking, it is really strange that when I was 7 years old living here, and I was saying, wow, there's nothing in Moreno Valley for young people to do. Thank God there was a base, they could go over there. But the fact is, there's no youth center in this city. But we can give millions of dollars, and no disrespect, to our elderly, because I'm 55 years old, so I just made that little cuff there. But the point of my matter is, it is so sad, 40 years later, here I am, listening to the young lady say the same thing I've been saying for 40 years. We've got to do something about that. With all this money being slashed around and thrown around, when are we going to invest in our youth? These kids are roving around here, graffitiing, and I'm not saying it's because it's a negative thing, but they have nothing to do. They have nothing to do. It's very sad. I want to give a big ups to the fire department for that fire out there by Gilman Springs. When that thing popped off, I saw the smoke go off. You guys did an excellent job. Our first responders as well with the traffic over there. So you guys don't understand. We have a top-notch unit here looking out after us, and the fire season is coming up, so be aware of that. But I really got up here right now. I've got some other things I want to say, but I'm going to hold off on that for a second. But we know the Olympics are coming and all this stuff is happening. We are seeing an influx of the homeless being kicked out of Los Angeles County and coming into the Inland Empire. And the question for you guys is, what are you guys going to do about it? What are you guys going to do about it? Now, we know for years, those that have been here, homeless come out here, we give them a bus ticket, they go back to LA, and they become seasonal, stuff like that. You're talking about massive stuff happening the next couple of years because of these big events that are happening in LA. And we're getting the problems. They're shipping them out here. So you guys got to come up with a plan for that. Also, I want to address back to the youth. We're seeing an uptick of the scooters running around on the sidewalks, and the kids are driving and stuff. And I know they're trying to work something in Sacramento to catch up to that legislation, but these kids aren't looking when they're they're on those little scooters going 15, 20 miles an hour coming off the sidewalk. So we really got to look at that and get ahead of this game as far as that goes. And then my other question is, why is it that we keep funding the WLC's fire station that they were supposed to build, things that they were supposed to do? Why are we in our tax dollars funding a project that the
next three speakers are Bob Palomares, followed by Richard Bolter, followed by David Nielsen.
Good evening, Council. Chiefs, thank you. Donovan's right about when the Olympics come, they're going to send a lot of people this way because they can't go west. And he's, so what are we going to do, build a wall? The bike issue that we're having here that's back and forth that I hear at all the council meetings, you need to give it a lot of attention because it's a growing problem for the people that are riding bikes. I mean, you always hear on the news about people getting hit, and it's a safety issue. That's what it is. But I was listening to the lady, Mrs. Ruth Santiago, speak about the food shortage, and they don't have enough, and we know why. There's a lot of cuts from the federal government, and all the nonprofits, they do a great job, the ones that we have here, but they're overwhelmed, and it's only going to get worse because we know it is. Every day it gets worse, and really got to get serious about what you're going to do about it, because it's here in our city. You can't tell them go to Riverside, or you can't tell them go here or there. And the thing that gets me is that, people come here and ask for help. And we spent over $2 million on a lawsuit that involved the mayor because of him. What could we have done with those $2 million? We could have fed a lot of kids. We could have built what Donovan's looking for, the youth center, which I believe is going to come, but he's cost us money from the very beginning. And don't lose sight of it. It's just who he is. He's what would I say? He's a promoter. He just carries the title of mayor, but he's not a mayor. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Richard Bolter, followed by David Nielsen, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Richard Bolter. I am the CFO of the Hole in Wall Inc. I did receive the new contract for this year. Grazie. We did do a report that is aligned with this new contract. I hope it's too easy, nice and clear for you to understand. As it shows, we are definitely using it and utilizing it, and we do have room for growth, as always. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask. Once again, thank you for your time. I'll leave you guys a report.
The next three speakers are David Nielsen, followed by Luis Palomares, followed by Seth Cox.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City staff, David Nielsen, and I'm the Operations Manager of the Hole in Wall Incorporated, here to give you just a brief overview of our first quarter grant report and for our program Community Homeless Solutions. So this reflects from December 6th to March 6th, even though we're in the month of April. As of March 6, 2026, we're at the end of our first quarter of the grant. We've had 74 new clients for our Community Homeless Solutions program, and this reflects a 4% increase from last year in the same quarter. And those who sign up for our program receive basic essential services with that consist of lunches, hygiene, clothing ID vouchers, mailing address services, birth certificate vouchers, and bus passes. Our goal is to set our clients up for success with our Essential Services Readiness Program. We call it the 4 R's. That means benefits ready, program ready, housing ready, and work ready. To become benefits ready, we provide the following services. Mailing address services. Our mailing address meets Riverside County requirements for county residency. This includes IEHP, Medi-Cal, EBT, Social Security, and cellular services. Residency allows clients to receive a no-cost ID voucher. If birth certificate is necessary or needed to establish California ID, we provide birth certificate vouchers, which include mailing costs and notary charges if needed. County ID and county mailing address entitles clients to essential county services, treatment, mental health programs, evidence-based housing, state and federal services such as SSI and SSDI. So when a client becomes benefits ready, he or she becomes program ready, housing ready, and work ready, ensuring a successful transition from homelessness to reentry into society. We continue to offer case management, access to crisis housing, bridge housing, crisis intervention, support for mental health and physical well-being, and drug and alcohol treatment referrals, drug and alcohol classes, and education. We also refer to and help in the areas of legal services, employment reunification, and we do refer for rental assistance. And we've also implemented a 90-day review process to assess clients' progress, included our case management history and summary of client action plans and cost of services. This review can help us determine our effectiveness with each client and whether services should or should not be continued. So we believe services should be rendered only to those who have a shown willingness or a track record and interest in lifestyle change. Our director, Dr. Benjamin Schuler, CEO and founder, will be talking more about areas of services we're going to enlarge. Let's see, our motto at Hole in the Wall continues to be always leave a person better off than when they came in by giving them a hand up, not a handout. And our success rate remains about 35%. Our foot traffic, 40 to 75 people weekly. We continue to grow in community partnerships, and we continue to work closely with homeless outreach organizations and other local nonprofits. And we're excited about our third year of the foundation grant. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Seth Cox, followed by Dr. Benjamin Schuler.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow, action-packed. Thank you, Dave, for that report. I mean, they do a lot of good for our community. Thank you, and thank you to our chiefs, our fire, and our Sarah Mack. Thank you so much for all you've done. And they were having an event here early for the firemen to acknowledge they saved a life. They do it all day long. Those are our real heroes. Thank you. Okay, now I want to say about the $2 million. You know, we're talking about money here, and that $2 million, we could have did a lot of things with that money, Mayor Cabrera, but it was a lawsuit that you started, and the people that won the case ended, and they got $2 million. We could have did a lot of things with that money. We could have built a real senior center, not that Mickey Mouse that you poured millions into, because people can't even park there. It's hard for them to get. We could have built, you give them the least and the bottom of the bucket. You could have given them a lot better. We had the land. You could have built a state-of-the-art senior center, state-of-the-art library, state-of-the-art for our students here and our youngsters here, our teens here, to have a teen center. But you send Hillwood away, you with some of this consult, you send them away packing with $60 million. We could have did a lot of things with that. They were going to give us money, build one building out there by the cars, where the dealerships. That's the only building that could have went out there, besides whatever Ito's going to build. But wow, we threw that. We sent them packing. They went to Marietta or one of the other cities. So they cashed in good, but we sent them away. $60 million what we could have did with that money. Wow, imagine. Wow, we could send a man and a woman to the moon, but we can't fix anything in this damn city. We got a screwed up senior center. We got a bunch of little Mickey Mouse libraries. Not that they don't serve a purpose, but we're staffing them. That's a lot of money to staff them. You know, we could have built a state-of-the-art library. But you got this new Parak, whatever, going over there at the mall, this art thing, you know, come on. They're going under a lot of the times. They got a big mess over there. I was there the other day, JCPenney's, elevators don't work. Macy's, the whatever don't work. The escalators don't work. What's going on over there? I thought we were fixing things over there. Those people need those items over there. So saying all that, Mayor, this is what you have cost us in the city. You know, if we had to give you a report card, you would be getting straight Fs because you sent Hillwood away. $60 million project that was even going to mow the lawn for us and water it. We wouldn't even have to do that, and we could have bought a lot of things here in our community. But you send that away. And you're running again? You're running us to the ground. Since you've been on this console, our city is on the Titanic. We're in a train wreck with your decisions. And later on, you want to bring something about the Corey Jackson daycare thing? Come on. We got money for the county for daycare. We got money, the colleges do daycare. Why do we got to pay?
The next two speakers are Seth Cox, followed by Benjamin Schuler.
Good evening, council, staff, first responders over there, audience. I wasn't going to speak tonight again, but after our first speaker, Ruth Santiago, as everybody knows, I'm Seth Cox. I've lived in the city, originally moved out here in 1977 before it was ever Moreno Valley, okay? So I've seen a lot, but I also work with several 501c3s, okay? One of them, Building Up Lives Foundation. Worked for PSL for many years, currently not working with them. I've been associated a little bit with Hole in the Wall over time. And I've always said, if you get into the charity business, you're only going to have three emotions. You're either going to be glad, sad, or mad. That's it. Okay? When Miss Santiago got up here, I was mad. I was sad first and mad. Okay? We have talked about the underserved, the homeless, the unhoused in this city. I've been up here, probably 3 years now. And we have outsiders, again, outside of Moreno Valley, San Bernardino groups or whatever, come here and tell us the same thing about District 1. All right, well, I'm going to do a little advertising because you guys can't answer those people when they're here. PSL still gives out food every first and third Thursday, 10:30 in the morning in the mall parking lot. All right? Building Up Lives Foundation gives out food multiple times a week. I personally work the Sunday event, and we've been bounced around from giving out food in certain places because other organizations, businesses say, you can't do it in my backyard. We don't want those people on our sidewalks. We don't want them in our offices. We don't want them blocking our parking places. Whatever their reasoning is. But we still manage to give out food, okay? Thanks to the VFW, over the last few weeks, they've agreed to let us give out food for Building Up Lives on Sunday in their facility. So thank you, VFW. So that's just my advertisement. We have the resources to give food out to the needy if people will let us do it. If the staff will work with people to get the right permits in place, the right approvals, the right locations. That's our biggest problem, is the distribution of the food that we can go pick up. We get Sprouts food, we get Trader Joe's food, we get great steaks sometimes, that we can give out to the people that need it. So with hopefully your help, we can continue to.
The next speaker is Dr. Benjamin Schuler.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Cabral, staff. I am Dr. Benjamin Schuler, and I am the founder of the Hole in Wall Incorporated, and we are a homeless drop-in center. We provide resources for the underprivileged housing challenge in our community. So what we do is we provide a mailing address that allows us to have a conversation with the homeless and see how we can better help them help themselves. We also provide bus passes. We also provide food. We provide drug and alcohol counseling, and we do shelter referral. Our goal is to leave them better than what they were when they came in, as you heard David stated. We're working on a Homeless Awareness Day Community Health Fair on May the 2nd. We've submitted the documents with the city, and our objective is to get the homeless in the location of a place where we can connect them to other vendors that may provide the necessary needs. We know the Olympics is coming. We're on the front line, our organization, to make a difference. And we want to thank the city for believing in us and allowing us to continue to operate, because it takes money. Nothing is free, and we're a nonprofit, and we provide resources. We're on the front line dealing with, the homeless and everything else, but we want to make a difference because we believe. I've been in this city 40 years. I bought a house here in 95. I love this city. My family grew up in this city. I raised 2 grown daughters in this city. And yes, I see people that are challenged. I once was homeless myself. I once was a substance abuse user. I'm a recovered drug addict for 39 years. Thank you very much. I was homeless from 77 to 83, Vietnam vet, fought in the war. But I'm standing here to show, because somebody believed in me and helped me, that I believe my spiritual calling in this city is to make a difference. So I'm not here to bash anybody. We all got jobs. We all got family. There's certain ways I like to communicate it, and I like to say we are trying at the Hole in the Wall to make a difference in our community because we love Moreno Valley. And there's going to be challenges. I'm not here to say nothing other than what we're doing. I'm not here to complain about what somebody else got. We don't have that problem. We're here to help. So we're making a difference, and I wanted to let the city know. Our goal, last but not least, is to open up a small house on a
The last and final speaker is Roy Blacker.
On the way in, much to my surprise, I heard the Cal State San Bernardino chicks come up here addressing my native area, Edgemont. So as I walked in, I had a little conversation while we were standing outside in the lobby. And I said, you know, I'm very interested. I'd like to see your report. But my contention is the reason and the problems and the things you're talking about and the challenges in Edgemont and practically every other community is 98.7% government policy. And they said, we agree. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes forward. I really love to see their report and see how it comes, because that's the debate we need to have. You want to take on 40 years that place has been neglected, starting with the $25 million that got ripped off in that moon rock of a frickin' mall over there, and it ain't got no better. As Hurricane Louise said, you could have took that money from that, the $5 million on the other one, not Mickey Mouse and that up, built a new one down in District 1 like we asked, plus the $2 million Hisner cost us in settlements. It would have went a long ways if not building another senior center so the other one isn't more crowded than it is today. See what I'm referring to as government policy? One thing Mr. Sadiq brought up was kids have nothing to do and 7 years old. Well, I can tell you, and it's been a while, when I was 7 years old, we had 56 square miles of free-range kids, and we had a lot to do. When do we start building a community where that can happen again? Instead of being dependent on someone else or thinking someone else is going to provide for this, that, and the other, tell you this, a rule you cannot violate. Someone who gives you something is the someone who can take it away from you. And we don't teach that. We don't teach that you need to be dependent, and we were dependent on ourselves. We built a park. We built our own bicycle motocross tracks, not only on the park, but anywhere we felt like it. That was this community. It really breaks my heart, the amount of people that try to denigrate, put us down, or kick us out of this place. I'll stack our record up against anyone. Prove me wrong.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on items not on tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. We are now going to move to our joint consent calendar, Section J. Before I open the consent calendar for public comment, I will ask my fellow council members if there are any items that they wish to remove from the consent calendar for separate action.
Not for separate action, but I'd like the staff report for J4 for the senior project. I'd like to hear that.
Okay, so J4, a staff report, but not pulling it for separate action. And I don't see any other requests. So at this time, we will go ahead and take up the staff report for J4. If we can go ahead and have that presentation, and then we'll move into council questions of staff, public comment, and bring it back for any deliberation.
So J4 has to do with approval for site control related to a 150-unit affordable senior housing project called Legacy Ridge. This is pursuant to the Surplus Land Act that had been open for about a year now, culminated with council approval to accept the SLA process and HCD's approval of that particular process, in which Jim Jernigan's Rancho Balago development, who has been an affordable developer in Moreno Valley for decades now, they were the successful bidder during that particular project, or during that process, the Surplus Land Act process. The action item tonight basically is a letter of intent to provide approval of site control so that Jim Jernigan and his development company and Kingdom Development, which is a nonprofit, can go out and get various funding, such as state tax credits, county vouchers, a multitude of different types of funding sources, so that he can then package and show proof to the city that he has the wherewithal to build this particular project, in which staff would then return to council probably in about a year's time with an affordable housing agreement that would then culminate into providing that particular land, which is off of LaSalle and Alessandro, dedicated to this particular project, along with other funding needs potentially that this council would approve to subsidize the affordability for 150-unit senior affordable housing. That would probably be within the next year if we came back with an affordable housing agreement. With that, that concludes my presentation of this, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, so we'll bring it back up, and this time we'll open it up to council questions of staff for any of the consent calendar items before we go to public comment.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much for that report.
Just one quick follow-up, Mr. City Manager. This particular developer, could you share just maybe one or two other examples of other projects that they have built? I know there's one, I think, on Indian and Cottonwood, and then another one, but they have a track record of building affordable units. Is that correct?
Yes, they have for decades now, but I would say some of the most recent ones that have been in social media and or in the media would be Cottonwood Phase 1, Cottonwood Phase 2. There was a recent groundbreaking for what was called Linwood Rose. That is two parcels that the city owned on Fir Avenue, roughly about an acre, in which there's going to be 37 affordable housing units. So that broke ground within the last month. And then this would be a project that is near and dear to this developer's heart as well. He's been looking at that particular project for some time. We've been trying to get that particular, which would be the last city-owned property that was previously owned by the redevelopment agency, into production so that we can bring forward affordable units.
Thank you very much. And I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any other questions. Seeing no further questions at this time, we will go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on any consent calendar items? And again, just a friendly reminder, this is public comment only on the items that are on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the first three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by the IE Informer, followed by Roy Blacker.
Good evening again. In general, the consent calendar I think needs to be scrutinized a little better and explained a little better. And some of these things shouldn't just be blocked in there and hidden. For example, what happened again with our MOU that was put in there, I'm sorry, with the police station and the architectural plans that was you try to sneak that in there without anybody knowing anything about the police station and fire station being built on Highland Fairview for whatever benefit whoever proposed that, which was extremely illegal. Also, you're approving minutes, you're approving closed session minutes, regular meetings, and we go back again to that MOU that you approved the consent calendar the following, after you went into closed session and directed supposedly the city manager to give away millions and millions of dollars to a developer. So why is it that you're putting all these things in here without scrutinizing them better? Also, I found a little glitch on there where I was looking through a couple of the minutes, and you're not putting the accurate information in there. As far as public speakers, what they're speaking about, who it is, you're eliminating that. Is that the city clerk? Is that what the city clerk is doing now? Is censorship? I wonder what's going on here. So, in my opinion, it needs to be scrutinized better. You need to put more things on the open, and the minutes need to be accurate. The public needs to know what exactly is going on here. So I ask, since that MOU was not reported properly, it was a Brown Act violation, and the city manager had no right to do that, I ask that you go back and visit that, bring it onto the agenda, and fully rescind it. That is an illegal act, and you are all in violation of the Brown Act because you approved it. You approved him on closed session, whatever it was, who'll never know what it was that you did in closed session, and you approved the closing comments, and you approved the following time the minutes of that meeting. So you are in complete violation of the Brown Act, and he, the city manager and city attorney, are in violation of whatever they did. So are we going to see these two men in handcuffs and some recalls here? So not recalls, but
The next two speakers are IE Informer, followed by Roy Bleckard.
All right, I'm going to be speaking on J10, authorizing agreement for professional security system services. I'm going to keep this very brief. I just have some questions in regards to that. I noticed that when contracts are given out by this city, and I know there's supposed to be I assume there's supposed to be a process of bidding and how you do it and everything like that. But it seems like a lot of contracts are given to certain groups versus other groups. Because when people come to me and they say, well, why is it that all of this is this group? And why is this all of that group? Why are all the contracts going over here? As you know, a lot of people don't know how government works. They don't know what goes on behind the scenes with the city staff. I tell a lot of people, well, you're not going to get the contract if you don't bid, if that's the process that we have here. But again, my question is, it just seems certain groups are getting the majority of the contracts within the city. And I think to be more representative, as we always keep talking about, that we've got to be more diversified in giving everybody an opportunity to get some of these contracts. So just something to look at. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Roy Bleckard, followed by Luis Palomares.
We are making some progress. J3, the minutes of the meeting. It's a very famous TikTok video going around. And I put on the first part, and I'm glad the first part of it, I requested the donkey be put on the official city flag. After midnight meeting, and I was channeling Pete at the time when I came up with the saying, so I'm requesting that the rest of my statement be included in there, which is the slogan when the donkey is on there, is Moreno Valley, the city of ass. Shows the absurd, and it does, it shows the absurd 40-plus year history that's went on in the city and continues today. We should work at that, and the reason I have the concerns is if we're gonna go lightly on the explanations on the minutes of the meeting, then because we got this polled at the syndicate. Finally, after 87 years of getting it televised, getting the public meetings televised, then what was it, a year ago, they decided to wipe everything out without telling us. So you need a policy in place that it takes we get a 30-day notice if you're going to wipe out any of the archives of any of the public meetings, that we get a chance to make copies or download or anything instead of walking in one day and everything's gone. We don't want to pervade the policies of the syndicate, which has about an 80-year history here in screwing things up. J8. People say, oh, the city doesn't have anything to do with education in this. $2.7 million for education, after school education, physical. First thing, in case everybody doesn't know, K through 12, we are spending $27,000 per student. On top of this, then we add more money in the city and you don't say responsibility. If we're going to do this, then you guys, Elena does a few times, but all of you should be down at the syndicate, like I've requested a bunch of times, saying what's going on with the money we're putting in there. Second part is, well, it says this has no impact on the general slush fund, yada, yada, yada. You know what? It has an impact on your, mine, and everybody's here's wallets. I don't care where you get it from us. This, you put the illusion out there that this money just comes raining in out of the sky, and it doesn't. And that's why the people of District 1 are hurting, and everywhere else in the city and state. $7 a gallon gas go across the river, $4. Blame that on Trump. No, that's our policy, and we need to frickin' fix it.
Final speaker is Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares. Okay, senior housing. Hey, I'm about it, but how much are these senior housings going to cost? And how many are going to be one price, and how many are going to be one price? Another price are going to have 2 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, studios. We don't know any of that. Can answer some of those questions. I didn't want to read the big staff report, you know. Okay, and also as far as, I'm going to go by at the senior center again, because we're talking about the seniors. Wow. Seniors came out the last time, and they were talking about a different item, but then they brought this up. We don't have no parking there. You messed it up. You made it worse than what it is. You extended it, and you took our parking in the back. What are we going to do for our seniors in this community? Come on. I mean, you know, it's always the disabled we take from, the veteran and the senior. That's who we always take from. The ones we should be giving to. The ones we should be pouring our money into. These kind of things. Things for our students, things for our seniors, and things for our veterans. You know, our veterans are out there fighting a war. Why are we even here? Based on a lie, a bunch of propaganda. It's sad. It's really sad. So, you know, I'm here for the veteran, I'm here for the senior, and I'm here for our students and our community. I'm always out here for the people. We the people, for the people, by the people. So when you're all up there making your choices, remember these people, our seniors. In fact, you got to just do away with that senior and start building another one that works for our seniors. You know, they're parking down the block, and then they got to cross the street. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Think about them when you're making all these decisions and the way you're spending our money. The penny you got from us is bringing us $30 million. $30 million, that penny. It wasn't about the penny. I don't care about the penny. It's what you're going to do with our money. What are you going to do with that penny? We could build a brand new state-of-the-art senior center. We could build a brand new fire station. You know, 1 year build a fire station, next year build a senior center, the next year build a police, sheriffs. Yeah, we could be doing that. But what are we going to do? We're going to, hey, The staff gets their raises. Give us something. And their pensions, give us something. You know who you are. I'm not talking about everybody. But, you know, and then they want to push this agenda about this daycare thing. That's going to come out of our money again. The county has money. The colleges have money. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments for the items remaining on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back up to the dais for deliberation, for comments, questions. We'll go to District 4.
Yes. City Manager Mohan, can you please explain the bidding process?
How many hours do you guys have? Let me do this. If you go to our website, we have recently done some enhancements to the website. So we have contracted with CityBot, so we have some AI bots that will assist. So on the lower right-hand portion of our website, you can ask Mo and Val questions. So if you ask them, how do you do business with the city, you'll get to a landing page that shows the various vendor guide. It was last updated September of 2025, and it's how to do business with City of Moreno Valley. But more importantly, it's on the same landing page as the bids online. So if you go on to the online portal, we use Planet Bids for our portal. And you can literally register your business under certain category codes, which it tells you what that category code is. And if any bid is ever released with that category code, which matches your business model, right, what services you provide, you would then get notice of that bid. So that kind of is a very short summary of our bid process. Specifically with J10, as it was discussed for J10, this particular process, as pursuant to our municipal code 3.12.260, the bidding process allows us to do piggyback bids. So if another jurisdiction recently did a bid, we could, and was the same scope and so forth, we could piggyback off of their bid. Or a lot of bids can be go through Sourcewell. Sourcewell is basically just like a piggyback, but they're vendors who have gone through bid processes for governmental entities, and can be used by other agencies. So this particular one, pursuant to the municipal code that I stated, was a Sourcewell bid that provide installation, monitoring, and repair service for security systems at our city-owned facilities and sites. And so this one, although it didn't go through a normal bid, we did meet the municipal code requirements in going through Sourcewell, which is an approved bidding site for governments. Hopefully that answered your question, or at least covered what you would like covered.
Yes, thank you. And for J8, I just want to make sure that the public understands this is just us accepting a one-time grant award amount of $2.7 million and transferring it over to an existing after-school and safety program that we already have with the 2 school districts, correct?
Yes. This was some additional funding. Typically, ACES program is about $7 million per year. We've been getting for a multitude of years, and this is one-time funding of additional $2.7 million. And if you recall, based on prior council approval, that particular after-school program will be transitioning over to the 2 school districts within our city next year.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for those questions. I was going to comment on J4. We already discussed that. Again, that's a good thing. And briefly just want to say that, Moreno Valley is one of the few cities in the state of California. There's over 500 municipalities. That's cities and counties combined. We're one of the few. It's only a couple dozen in the entire state that are considered pro-housing designated by California HCD. because we're exceeding our requirements when it comes to building residential. And so while it is still difficult in terms of affordability for folks to purchase a home, save up enough for their down payment, et cetera, rents are high. I do just want to highlight the work that we have done as a city to ensure that we're building residential that is really, I could say, some of the most affordable relative to the rest of the state of California. That's why people are moving here from the Bay, from LA, from Orange County. That's why you have folks moving out here to the Inland Empire. So really glad to see these future additional 150 units that will have affordability covenants for specifically for seniors. We need it desperately. You go to the senior center, that's one of the probably number one or number two things that the seniors will bring up is we need more housing. Our rents are increasing. We need help. And so this is us trying to alleviate and add some more of those affordable units to the city of Moreno Valley for them. And also, just wanted to highlight a few things because I know we have a lot of new faces in the chamber here. So just wanted to highlight a few things in case you were not aware of them. Again, these are collaborative efforts between the council and the staff of trying to bring more things to the city, especially for our youth to do. We have the teen center right here at the Conference and Recreation Center. That's something that I think definitely needs to be more utilized, right? More attention needs to be brought to it so that it could be used. Also, we have the new dog park going up in District 2 that's opening up around the summer of this year. Right? It's June up at Gateway Park. We have the museum that's going to be opening up within the next year or so at the mall. That's the first ever museum that we're bringing to the city. Again, that's something to provide our youth and our families more things to do so that you don't have to leave the city. And I can point to previous examples like Kids Empire. There's another business that is going through plan review right now that's specifically for toddlers and young children, for families. I want to let that go through the process before I name the name, but Sky Zone is also opening. Brand new Sky Zone is going to be opening within the next couple months at the Moreno Valley Mall, actually above where the museum is going to be. The flight deck bicycle track, the bike park, that was a big deal. This is the biggest bike park in Southern California, and it's heavily used. You go out there any day and it is heavily that And then the last one, the library. We're getting another one in District 2 up in the Sunnymead Ranch area in that shopping center. And that should be open by the end of this year. And so, I think 2 meetings ago, I kind of, to put an example out there, just to put some numbers into our minds and really understand how expensive these projects are. Unfortunately, they're extremely expensive, but I remember, if you want to Google it, a Press Enterprise article that was published a couple years ago that was highlighting the main library in Riverside, the one in downtown, which is beautiful. I've been to it a few times myself. But at that time, that project was approved back in like 2017, 2018. At that time, that project cost just over $40 million. And that was pre-COVID, pre all the inflation that has happened and increases in labor and material. So just to put it into perspective of, unfortunately, how expensive it is to build these projects. And so when we look at, balancing how much do we fund police and fire and our parks and the homeless services, et cetera, we have to make those hard choices. And so, just want to say that I'm very proud of the work that we're doing here, but there is certainly a lot more work to do. So definitely hear you on that, and we'll continue pushing forward. So I will pause my comments on that.
A motion to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item, we will move into K, our public hearings, and we do have K1, which is regarding the 2024 general plan update, and we will go ahead and turn it over to our Community Development Director, Angelica Frausto Lupo, for a staff report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. So to kick off the presentation, we will begin with City Attorney.
Thank you, Angelica. So, first question here, most important question of the evening. Why are we here today? Well, as you may recall, in April of 2021, the city staff and city consultants prepared and circulated a draft EIR for what we call the MoVal 2040 project. And this 2040 project included an update to our general plan, which we refer to as General Plan 2040, an update to our climate action plan, which is a requirement of the state. And we also made some amendments to our zoning, which is included in the context of amendments to the text that's in Title IX, our planning and zoning title of our municipal code. And we made corresponding amendments to our zoning atlas map. That's the actual map that shows all the different zoning designations throughout the city. In addition, back in 2021 and 2022, in 2021, the City Council approved our most recent and current housing element update, and that was certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which is charged with reviewing all housing elements to determine whether or not they properly comply with all of the provisions of state law. So the City Council back in 2021 certified the final EIR and approved the MoVal 2040 project, which again included all these items that are described after each one of these bullet points in June 2021. Thereafter, there was some litigation. In October 2021, the Sierra Club filed a lawsuit against the city based on primarily on CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. Following the filing of that lawsuit, the California Attorney General's office filed a motion to intervene in the case, basically a motion asking the judge to allow them to get involved with the case and become a party. So the result of that is that we ended up with two petitioners in this particular case, petitioners / plaintiffs. Fast forward, after months of litigation, the court ruled in favor of the Sierra Club and in favor of the California Attorney General's office. Basically, the court granted the petition, the request that the city basically go back and make revisions to the EIR, the Environmental Impact Report, for the general plan update that was approved at that time. And the court basically limited the scope of its decision to 4 issues. One was based on an inadequate baseline. You'll hear more discussion about that from our EIR consultant. The second issue was air quality, climate change, which includes the greenhouse gas emissions, and energy use analysis. What was significant, though, about this particular court ruling is that the court, in several places, included in the statement of decision, which is basically the background information that supported this, the court's final ruling, and in the writ, which is the court ruling, the court indicated that it denied the petition. Basically, it rejected the arguments that were put forth with respect to issues involving land use analysis and zoning. So what we ended up doing in response to the writ, so the writ is an order, and the writ tells us here's what the city needs to do. So we were required to rescind the approval of the final environmental impact report for the general plan update at that time. And we were required to rescind the approval of the general plan update and the climate action plan, in addition to rescinding the approvals of the zone text amendments and the amendments to the zoning atlas map. And we were directed to go back and basically redo the EIR update the general plan update, revise the climate action plan to conform with the particular ruling of the court. And that's exactly what we did. So at this point, I'd like to pass it on back to our Community Development Director to take it from here.
Great, thank you, City Attorney. Again, Angelica Frausto-Livo, Community Development Director. So why update the general plan? And what exactly is the general plan? Generally speaking, the general plan is required under state law. The general plan is a long-term document, and we must ensure consistency with the housing element. Adoption of the general plan tonight brings the city into compliance with state and regional planning requirements. And again, I'd like to remind the City Council and the public that the general plan update before you is the same general plan update adopted in 2021. But due to the court order, which City Attorney just described, we did have to go back and correct the environmental issues identified. The court denied the petition on the issue of land use, and that's important to note here. So we did revert to the 2006 general plan during the last year and a half while we corrected the environmental issues identified by the court. The general plan is a long-term planning document that seeks to define the vision, values, policies, and development of the city over a time horizon, typically about 20 years or so. The general plan update before you reflects the community's long-term aspirations as expressed through the General Plan Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, City Council, and city residents. Finally, the general plan update and the housing element must be consistent. In Moreno Valley's case, the housing element was approved by this body in 2021 and certified by HCD in 2022. So now I'm going to go into a little more detail here. So the general plan is organized into 11 elements. In the general plan update tonight, all of these elements have been updated from the 2006 general plan. Again, want to emphasize that over the last year and a half, we did not conduct a full general plan update. Instead, we responded to the court order. So we'll start with the housing element. The housing element was updated and adopted separately from the general plan in 2021. This is common practice as the housing element is the only element which is required to be updated on an 8-year cycle. The housing element requires cities to plan for housing, not build the housing. So the housing element, again, was adopted in 21 and certified by HCD in 2022. It promotes accessible and affordable housing within a jurisdiction. There was an inventory and analysis of adequate sites that can be used to meet projected housing needs. It includes policies, programs, and objectives for the next 8 years. The last housing element heavily emphasized affirmatively furthering fair housing, AFFH, which is another legal mandate passed in 2018. But the HCD and the state didn't really, prior to the last cycle, didn't really emphasize it. But during the sixth cycle, AFFH required that cities plan for housing in an equitable manner and take proactive, meaningful actions to foster inclusive communities and address disparities in housing access. They encouraged housing for all persons in all areas of the city, especially in high-resource areas. For example, areas where there's access to transportation, amenities such as shopping centers, parks, etc. So how do cities do this? By rezoning to allow for more diverse housing types in single-family zones, and that's per, again, the state mandate. Cities had to do an extensive sites, demographics, and resource analysis. Finally, HCD also required cities to remove constraints to residential development. As a side note, due to the policies and programs identified in the housing element, the city was designated with the prestigious distinction as pro-housing. The next element here is the land use and community character. It specifies the location, type, and intensity of land uses, such as residential, commercial, and open space. Zoning regulations and land use decisions stem from the land use and circulation element, and it establishes policies that drive future growth, preservation, and redevelopment. The circulation element is not part of tonight's plan as it needs to be updated due to recent state law, AB 98 and SB 415, which requires cities to pass a logistics use ordinance and the truck routes ordinance. During negotiations with the Attorney General's office, we did get clearance to bifurcate the circulation element. We also discussed that we were going to not meet the January 1, 2026 timeframe to update the circulation element, and that's all been discussed with the Attorney General's office. The circulation element strategizes infrastructure, needs for the circulation of people, goods, energy, etc., must correlate directly with the land use element while maintaining a relationship with the other elements, promotes sustainable travel options to support climate goals. And the expected timeline on the circulation element is to go to the Planning Commission in May and the City Council in June. The economic development element identifies the city's current economic makeup, provides framework for city's future economic growth, and establishes goals and policies that support local businesses and job creation. The Parks and Public Services element inventories existing and planned recreational facilities such as parks, as well as public facilities, establishes programs and goals that contribute to neighborhood quality of life, and is closely tied to open space, safety, and land use elements. The safety element illustrates known local hazards such as fault lines, fire zones, and hazardous sites, informs land use decisions and emergency preparedness, promotes adaptive planning strategies for climate resilience. The noise element ensures that exposure to excessive noise levels in community areas is limited through policies and thresholds, identifies current and projected noise contours, encourages noise-compatible development such as buffers and building orientation. The environmental justice element identifies disadvantaged communities with higher exposure to environmental burden, provides actions that promote public health and protect against environmental hazards, promotes equitable access to clean air, housing, transportation, and other necessities. The healthy community element promotes health, safety, and welfare of residents and visitors, highlights connection between the built environment and health, provides programs that plan for public health and well-being. The open space and resource conservation element provides measures to protect and enhance open space and natural habitats, inventories open space, habitats, and protected species, provides policies that protect wildlife corridors and biodiversity. And next I will pass it on to Ms. Heidi Roos with Kimley Horn, who's one of our consultants.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Heidi Roos with Kimley Horn. I'm associate with Kimley Horn. We are the consultants that assisted the city throughout this revised EIR process. So we are now at the revised final EIR. And just for everyone's edification, a final EIR is the entirety of the environmental document. It includes the draft, revised draft, I'll be careful, revised draft EIR, which was circulated last July and August. And a final EIR includes all written comments received and all the formal responses to them, and any modifications or clarifications that were needed to the draft EIR to bring the entire record as the revised final EIR. So the revised final EIR does contain all sections of the EIR, including those that were not modified due to the court's decision and those that needed to be modified. We'll talk a little bit about more of that on the next slide. We did that for completeness sake, so the entire document is presented. The revised final EIR contains those topics identified in the court's ruling as inadequately analyzed in the original EIR, and those were specifically air quality, energy, and greenhouse gas emissions. We also needed to update changes as a result of the court's ruling to certain related sections. So although not directly challenged, but that includes noise, transportation, and cultural and tribal cultural resources. Next slide. So the revised final EIR contains the analysis of the effects of the 2024 general plan update, the associated zoning text amendments to Title IX, and the zoning atlas amendments, and the 2024 climate action plan. We'll hear a little bit more about that. It also includes all general plan amendments that were adopted by the city after the adoption of the original general plan update. So we've brought all of that in so the changes will be complete and cohesive. So recall, the court found fault with the EIR, but not the general plan itself. So the changes before you tonight really do focus on these 7 elements. It establishes a 2024 baseline, which is the correct baseline, as the court pointed out, as that lines up with the notice of preparation. It evaluates the consistency with the Air Quality Management Plan, the AQMP, and it assesses impacts to sensitive receptors, including potential health impacts. It does identify the toxic air contaminants that may result from implementation of the general plan update, and it analyzes GHG emissions, providing suitable mitigation measures, and it does include an MMRP, a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that will track the implementation of these mitigation measures. It incorporates mitigation measures as part of the revised Climate Action Plan, or CAP, to allow its use in tiering for future EIRs. And lastly, it quantifies potential impacts resulting from energy use.
And next we have Miss Emily Saul with RainCon, another consultant.
Good evening. The CAP is an evolving guide to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions from general plan build-out in alignment with state goals. It includes all requirements of the CEQA guidelines. This means that it is based on an inventory of greenhouse gas emissions. It projects greenhouse gas emissions through 2045. It establishes 2030 and 2045 targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions consistent with the state's goals. It establishes measures and actions for the city to implement to meet the 2030 target and make substantial progress towards the 2045 target. And it establishes a mechanism to monitor and update the CAP to maintain greenhouse gas emission reductions consistent with the CAP's targets. Next slide, please. Now, the CAP has 16 beneficial measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Some highlights of these measures include increasing electric vehicle charging stations, increasing safe bikeways, providing flexible public transit services, preserving and planting trees, and increasing the use of clean and renewable electricity. The CAP will also provide the opportunity for CAP-consistent future developments to streamline their environmental review. And lastly, the CAP was reviewed by the Office of the Attorney General for compliance with the CEQA guidelines. Although they had initial concerns, their concerns were resolved with edits and the addition of a detailed funding strategy to the CAP, which can be found in the implementation chapter. Thank you. I'll hand it back to city staff.
Thank you. So next we're going to talk about the zoning consistency. The final component of the project this evening is the Municipal Code Zone Text Amendment and Zoning Atlas Amendment. So I'm going to summarize some of the key zoning amendments that implement the MoVal 2040 General Plan Update. First, the zoning map and Title IX of the Municipal Code have been amended to align with the updated General Plan land use designations. These changes ensure that zoning is internally consistent with the General Plan. And again, as I mentioned earlier, This was not a full general plan update. We really went back and corrected the items that the court order mandated. And so we are reverting back to, we're using the general plan that was adopted already by this body back in 2021. So the changes or the amendments that I'm discussing here is from the 2021. So one of the major updates is the removal of high-density residential uses within the airport land use compatibility zones. This change ensures that future development near March Air Reserve Base remains compatible with airport safety and noise standards, while also conforming to state and federal aviation guidance. Second, the amendments add residential and mixed-use opportunities to the community mixed-use and center mixed-use districts. These updates allow a combination of housing, retail, and office uses along major corridors and activity centers, supporting the city's goals for infill development, walkability, and housing choice. Third, the new Business Flex Zone provides greater flexibility for employment uses while maintaining separation and buffering from nearby neighborhoods. This zone also ensures consistency with ALEC regulations and supports a more diverse economic base. Finally, the zoning amendments adjust residential density ranges in select areas to help the city meet its obligations under the 2021-2029 housing element and the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or as some of us know it, RHNA. The city, during the housing element update, worked closely with the State Department of Housing and Community Development to distribute density in a way that satisfied state mandates while adhering to land use patterns in the general plan. By refining density standards and enabling housing in mixed-use districts, the zoning code directly implements the housing element strategy to accommodate the full range of housing types, income levels, and distribution of housing types required by state law. And again, this is what I was mentioning earlier about the affirmatively furthering fair housing. So I'd like to address and clarify 3 talking points made by residents over the last several months, including when the general plan update public hearing went to the Planning Commission back in October 2025. So some of what the public is saying is remove the R10 zoning from a certain area of the city. The R10 was designated on a very small area north of the 60 freeway and Reno Beach. Specifically, on the zoning map on this slide, the area in orange is the R10 area. And in a nutshell, the reason that the area is R10 is not a result of the general plan update. But again, it was part of the housing element process. Specifically, affirmatively furthering fair housing was the impetus, not the general plan. The other item that we've heard quite a bit is that the PACO was eliminated. In fact, the PACO was not eliminated. The PACO is an overlay zone and not a general plan land use designation, which is why it's not represented on the general plan land use map. And the other talking point that we've heard a lot about is the Moreno Meadows proposed project. So that is not a part of this general plan update or the zoning amendments. That proposed project is not yet entitled, and it's still going through the process. That project is utilizing the HCD mandated guidance regarding state density bonus program. And at this point, I would like to turn it back to City Attorney Quintanilla to finalize the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize all this with a recap. So as we discussed back in April 2021, this is when this all started, when we took a shot at approving the general plan update at that time, climate action plan, the zoning amendments, and as a result of the court action, we had to do some rescissions and repeals, except for our housing element update. So that housing element remains intact. Oh, okay. So let's Let me explain where we are right now and why it's taken us this long to get here. So back in October, we received a letter from the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office expressed some concerns over air quality impacts and the mitigation measures that were being proposed in the draft environmental impact report at that time. Technically at that time, they were late with their comments. They missed that public comment deadline, but they're in a unique situation in that they were also a party to the litigation. And so we approached these negotiations from the context of settlement negotiations to ensure that we are going to hopefully reach a consensus on these various air quality mitigation measures that would satisfy them. And so we proceeded from there to have negotiation meetings with them that included myself, our community development director, and our assistant city manager of development, who's Sean Kelleher here. And so we've been negotiating with this Attorney General's office since November 2025, and we finally concluded our negotiations just last week. I think it's important to note that that these mitigation measures, the way we memorialize these mitigation measures to basically put us on the hook so we can't change them without the Attorney General's office oversight, is that we folded them into our mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, which is a long list of mitigation measures that address all these various impacts that are projected to be created by our general plan update. And those mitigation measures that we negotiated are all exceed the basic mandates of both Assembly Bill 98 and Senate Bill 415, which impose all of these additional regulations and mitigation measures, design standards, and development standards on logistics use type warehouse development projects. So we started from those basic mandates, and the issues that the Attorney General's office wanted to discuss included issues pertaining to setbacks. They wanted setbacks to be 1,000 feet from between sensitive receptors and warehouse facilities. They wanted buffers to include landscape berms as at least 15 feet in height, tree coverage to be at least 35% over within 15 years of commencement of the operations. What was very interesting is that they had suggested an air filtration abatement fund that would require that these warehouse facilities that are to pay a one-time fee of $1,500 for each daily truck trip that the warehouse project was estimated to induce. The purpose of this abatement fund, air filtration abatement fund, is to provide or subsidize air filtration or HVAC systems for residents within 1,000 feet of any warehouse or truck route. So we're going to have this substantial fund that's going to be created if we have any, and we'll get to that, if we have any more warehouse development in the city, there will be that air filtration abatement fund created. They also suggested that all the heavy-duty trucks have a minimum model year of 2014 by the year 2027. They suggested that we require that at least 50% of the EV chargers installed be fast chargers. I like that part. I drive an electric car. TRUs, which are transportation refrigeration units, they requested that we have TRU plugins installed at all the dock doors. With respect to passenger vehicle charging infrastructure, they had requested that at least 25% of all the passenger car parking spots be EV ready, and at least 15% of those spots be equipped with level 2 chargers, which are also fast chargers. With respect to yard equipment, they wanted 100% of all of our forklifts, not all of their forklifts, yard trucks, and other on-site equipment to be zero-emission vehicles. Idling limits, there is a 3-minute idling limit that's under AB 98, but they also wanted signs to be posted that included the complaint line phone number for the South Coast Air Quality Management District to submit idling complaints. In regards to construction equipment and operations, they suggested that we require that all charging equipment for electric construction equipment be zero-emission equipment, but if it's not feasible, then they have to use equipment that's certified by that's what's called CARB Tier 4. That's a California Air Resources Board. It's a certain standard that they would have to comply with. But the purpose is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In regards to generators, they requested that the use of any diesel generator be prohibited except for emergencies. They wanted worker transit programs to be set up. This would be something I think Mr. Banuelos would like, but to provide workers with secure bike storage facilities with outlets for e-bikes, and to also have on-site meals available and lunch shuttle programs, and to provide incentives and information about carpools and provide dedicated carpool spaces, and also in the facilities that are over 400,000 square feet, if we ever get something like that, which I doubt, that they be required to maintain a lounge for truck operators with amenities including restrooms, vending machines, and air conditioning. And the purpose of that is to reduce the need for additional truck trips for these truck drivers to look for these services. And finally, they suggested that there would be worker training programs set up for managers and employees on efficient scheduling and load management to minimize truck route queuing and idling. So what we ended up doing with these various provisions is that we came back with a draft ordinance that will be presented to the Planning Commission and City Council in the very near future. And what we did is we codified all these mitigation measures, and I got to tell you, in many instances, we went beyond what they had requested. And so not only do we exceed the basic requirements of AB 98 and SB 415 in regards to mitigation measures for air quality, we also exceed in many cases what the AG's office had requested. So in this regard, what we ended up doing, and we did this primarily to maximize public transparency, we put together a matrix that shows, and that matrix is part of the staff report here. It's posted online. I provided copies to various individuals in relation to some of our local environmental organizations, just to show them that here we're making an extra effort to address these issues with air quality impacts. And so in that matrix, you see in the first column what the AG's office had requested. You see in the second column what staff has proposed be included in this ordinance that will be in our municipal code. And in the third column of this matrix, you'll see the difference between what was requested and what the city staff is recommending that the Planning Commission and City Council adopt. I think it's important to know that these mitigation measures arose specifically through our negotiations, our settlement negotiations with the Attorney General's office. That's important to point that out because these did not necessarily arise from the environmental analysis per se, even though they're all connected with the environmental analysis of this proposed project which is our general plan update. But it's also important to know that when this ordinance comes forward and is presented to the Planning Commission, City Council, any interested party, any member of the public will have the opportunity to comment on these mitigation measures. even to the point of requesting that they be even more stringent. So those would be taken under consideration by both the Planning Commission and City Council. What is being proposed tonight as part of the environmental impact report is a proposal to adopt those basic mitigation measures at the level that was requested by the Attorney General's office in our mitigation monitoring and reporting program. So those will be set in stone in our EIR, and we can't do anything that is going to result in less stringent mitigation measures than those that are included in our MMRP. So again, what the public and all interested parties are going to have is an opportunity that's going to amount to almost 40 days to review and inspect and comment on all these mitigation measures. So tonight, although we included that draft ordinance in the agenda packet attached to the staff report, we're not asking the council to approve that because we want to ensure that the public has ample opportunity to dig through all those mitigation measures and to offer their comments. And believe me, I've received a number of comments already, and with some of these individuals, I've discussed with them that they will have that opportunity to review those. So I should also point out, too, that we got a letter from the Attorney General's office, and I was asked the city clerk to read it, since I believe she has a hard copy, right after I get through this part. But there's a reference in there. One of the speakers had mentioned that the letter says we don't otherwise satisfy Government Code Section 65302.02. We know that. That provision has to do with the law, the new law, that required cities within this warehouse concentration zone, which in the Inland Empire, to amend the circulation elements of our general plan by January 1st to deal with the regulations regarding truck routes. They are aware of that. They understand that we are continuing in our efforts to come into compliance with those requirements. And in fact, I have some meetings scheduled with them to talk about our progress in that particular area. So that's what that reference is about not being in compliance with this government code section. We're very aware of that. We've been very transparent with that. So that's what that issue is about. So we are going to come back with that, with not only the air quality mitigation measures ordinance in the context of public hearings before the Planning Commission and City Council, but we're also going to come back with a circulation element, the one that AB 98 required jurisdictions to adopt by January 1st. And so that's coming back too, probably on the same path as the mitigation ordinance. And so we're going to come back with that element. And that same night, we are also going to propose that the City Council consider an ordinance that officially adopts the realignment of our truck routes and the elimination of various truck routes. So those components of this process are coming back later. Where are we? So again, just like to point out that if you have the opportunity, anybody in the chamber here had the opportunity to review the proposed EIR, what you're going to see is a red line version that indicates what was actually changed from the EIR that was taken under consideration by the court back in 2021. And those red line edits are specifically zero in on the 4 issues that the court had some concerns about. So you're not going to see massive changes in the general plan update document that you've been provided. You're only going to see those targeted revisions that were made based on the mandates that we were required to comply with by the court order. So at this point, Madam Clerk, could you read the letter? Because I think you have a hard copy there.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So this letter is addressed to Steve Quintanilla, City Attorney of the City of Moreno Valley, and it is from Jessica Durney, Deputy Attorney General, on behalf of Rob Bonta, who is the Attorney General. So the letter reads as follows. Dear Mr. Quintanilla, The Attorney General's Office has reviewed the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Plan, MMRP, in the City of Moreno Valley's revised Final Environmental Impact Report, published on April 3rd, 2026, which lists mitigation measures to address air quality issues caused by the General Plan Update. Our office previously raised concerns regarding the General Plan Update's significant air quality impacts and the lack of sufficient mitigation relating to those impacts in 2 comment letters on October 7th, 2025 and November 17th, 2025. Subsequently, we met with the city to discuss these concerns. The April 3rd, 2023 MMRP contains mitigation measures that satisfies the concerns we expressed in our comments regarding the sufficiency of air quality mitigation. While our office is satisfied with the added mitigation measures in the MMRP and generally does not object to the city proceedings to finalize a general plan update, we note that the general plan update does not otherwise satisfy Government Code Section 65302.02 added through Assembly Bill 98, which requires that Moreno Valley amend the circulation element of its general plan. We understand the city is continuing its efforts to come into compliance with these requirements, and we will continue to monitor the city's efforts in this regard. Sincerely, Jessica Durney.
So again, that's where we're going to pick up our next topic with the Attorney General's Office. I'd like to point out, though, as an aside, that the Attorney General's Office had represented that, and this is just a side issue, that if we have to deal with the issue of detention facilities, that they would be able to provide us with some support on that issue. So that's kind of a zoning issue. So I think that was a positive thing. In any event, that concludes my remarks. Do I have another slide here? No? Oh, there you go. Yeah, so our staff's recommendation, again, is to adopt a resolution that approves and adopts the findings of fact, which is all CEQA, the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. That's that long list of mitigation measures that deal with all the impacts identified in the EIR. A statement of overriding considerations, which is basically a declaration that although we are not able to mitigate all the potential impacts of the project to levels of insignificance, there are benefits, economic and social benefits associated with certifying that EIR that outweigh the few mitigation measures that are not going to totally mitigate those measures to levels of insignificance. And finally, part of that resolution is going to be to certify our 2024 revised final program environmental impact report. It's referred to as a program environmental impact report because we're going to be able to use this environmental impact report to kind of streamline the analysis of various projects because we have built-in mitigation measures now that are going to apply across the board. So we don't have to go through and do these individualized analysis of each project on each potential impact of that project. You fall into that category, you have to comply with all these mitigation measures. So that will help expedite that process. And the other recommendation is to adopt a resolution that approves the 2024 general plan update. Again, this is all the red line provisions that are set forth, revisions that are set forth in the document, and to adopt the 2024 climate action plan. And then finally, tonight you're being asked to introduce, this is just the first reading, the ordinance that's going to approve all the associated text amendments to Title IX of Planning and Zoning, planning and zoning title of our municipal code, and amend their zoning atlas map that includes the map that shows all the different categories of zoning. So the last thing I'd like to say is that with all these mitigation measures that staff is recommending that the Planning Commission and City Council approve after tonight, I believe that that is going to result in a de facto permanent moratorium on the development of warehouse logistics facilities in the city. I believe that is the case based on an analysis of the size of the parcels that we currently have zoned for logistic uses, the location of these facilities, and their proximity to sensitive receptors. So that's my opinion about what this is going to result in. So I anticipate that when we get to the Planning Commission and City Council, that any recommendations to make our mitigation measures more stringent really will not change that result. I think we're at that point. So that concludes my comments. I don't believe there's anyone else, but I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We will bring it back up to the dais for council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you guys for that awesome and very thorough presentation. I do have just one question, Steve, and it's more of a clarification, just to confirm that we are not here to talk about zoning. We're not here to vote on zoning. It is the air quality, energy, and greenhouse update from the lawsuit from the Sierra Club.
That's correct. Those are the revisions that have been made to the EIR
Not
and
zoning.
the general plan update. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But again, with respect to the projects that are coming through, the public will have an opportunity to express their support, opposition, or neutrality on those particular issues. So that R10 project or the zone, that's coming forward to a planning commission and city council. The mitigation measures are going to come forward for input in the context of public
But at a
hearings.
later date.
At a
not
later
about
date,
this. Okay,
correct.
thank you. Thank you, sir.
We just thought it was important to disclose that as part of this process because of the questions that we've been fielding.
Yes, I appreciate that.
We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
And I don't know, maybe it was if it's Sean or Brian or Stephen. As far as what you mentioned regarding the 1,000 feet and the that by default there won't be new warehouse development just because of the new based on the general plan update. Is that projects, for example, existing projects in the pipeline, or are we talking about kind of going a few months, a few meetings ago, or just the vacant land that hasn't been touched, which that is zoned industrial or business park? Which categories are you referring to, or both?
Thank you for raising that issue. As the Attorney General and my office understand, we can't apply these ordinances retroactively. And so the mitigation measures apply to those projects that come in under our newly amended, updated general plan. So we cannot retroactively apply them to any projects that have been approved or any projects that currently have complete applications on file.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the council? I don't see any further questions at this time. So, Madam Clerk, we can go ahead and move into public testimony. How many speakers do we have?
Currently, we have 21.
So if, I guess I'll just look to my colleagues here at 21 speakers, 3 minutes apiece. It's a little over an hour of public comment. We do still have multiple items after this as well. So just to ensure that we can get through, I would look to my colleagues to see if there's any support to reduce the amount of time per speaker, maybe to 2 minutes.
Mr. Mayor? No. Mr. Mayor, for what it's worth, I would recommend that we provide them 3 minutes. Yeah, I do. I just.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm out of line, but I just based on comments I've been hearing.
Yeah, no, it's a standard practice. We kind of, when there's a lot of public speakers, we just kind of inquire about that. But we can go ahead and keep the 3 minutes per speaker. And Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call up our first 3 speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Jennifer D. Tejeda.
Good evening. I wasn't expecting to be first, so I'm kind of not prepared, but I would recommend that you not approve this general plan update. You're talking about 2024, are we in 2026? I think you should just scrap the whole thing and start over. It's been rejected, completely rejected. You have a bunch of nonsense there when you have this R10 that is not, they've already rejected the R10 project. That's not going to go through. Why bring the R10 north of the freeway? Aquabella, at the time, you had Aquabella 1 that had a bunch of housing, but you're not including that. Why aren't you including that? Now you have Aquabella 2. That's why you need to redo that. Why are you not including Aquabella and the town center? We have this row right here of Benzivi people here. Are we getting Bitcoin? Are we getting bribes? What exactly the hell is going on here? This is nonsense. This is all geared to preferential treatment for Benzivi. That's all it's about. This crap needs to get thrown out and started over. You never allowed the public to speak. And if you did, it was, who knows, it was very limited. It wasn't the proper procedure. You're talking about the COVID era. You had the public comments during the COVID era. So what are you talking about? That you followed the procedure and you did this and you did that. You did not. Okay, the whole thing is flawed. It needs to be rescinded. It needs to be not approved. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Jennifer D. Tejeda, followed by Ana Gonzalez.
All right, just by a show of hands, who can say that they read the entire backlog of documents for the Movell 2040 project up there on the dais? Show of hands. Oh, maybe one or two. Maybe I'll count that, Mayor. Maybe, okay, no, actually. You give us a 72-hour window of notification that these documents are available, right? Even including the MMRP, that document with the red lines through it, right? You do that right before a weekend. How are people supposed to read all of that in a few days and come here with a respectful public comment? It's thousands of pages. Like the previous speaker said, in 2021, that was quarantine. Talk about a public hearing, that was not a public hearing. Through Zoom calls, through technical difficulties, I think you guys should recirculate, republish this document in its entirety. At least give us a 45-minute window of opportunity to give you guys some criticism on this entire document. The topics that were settled by the court, baseline, air quality, energy use, and even including noise and tribal cultural aspects, traffic. Those are such important aspects. Those interplay with all the other aspects. How are you gonna have a project here, certify it, when you don't have all the pieces yet? Even the Attorney General says that with his letter. Do you take a photo of a puzzle when it's not completed? Do you get hired when you don't file all the documents for a job? No, you don't. You need all the pieces first. And CEQA has a policy where you leap before you jump. That is counterintuitive to what's happening here. You need to have another opportunity to reassess how all these aspects interplay with one another. EJ, that's a whole chapter, right? AB 98 plays into part of that, who's gonna win, who's gonna lose with the truck routes. That's environmental justice right there. You need to recirculate, republicize, provide us another window of opportunity for this, just beyond the ordinance. We'll have our time for the ordinance, and there's a lot of incorrect information there. I think the implementation language there is not equivalent to what the AG recommended, but that's a whole nother topic. The topic here is MoVal 2040. You guys need to provide us another opportunity now that COVID is over. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jennifer D. Tejeda, followed by Ana Gonzalez, followed by Claudia Cuevas.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jennifer De Tejada. I'm a policy organizer, and I'm currently working on a campaign focused on clean air and reducing pollution from industrial sources in our region. And I'm here to speak on item K1 regarding the general plan update and the climate action plan. Moreno Valley is already heavily impacted by warehouses, truck traffic, poor air quality. These conditions are not abstract. They directly affect the health of families, workers, especially children in the community. This plan will shape the city through 2040, so it's critical that it prioritizes public health, clean air, and environmental justice. I also want to voice that the council should support the negotiated mitigation measures that are as discussed with the AG and place all setbacks for future industrial development to be 1,000 feet from sensitive receptors, but going above what was requested is always something that the city should strive to do. And that's about it. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Ana Gonzalez, followed by Claudia Cuevas, followed by Tatiana Flores.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and community members. My name is Ana Gonzalez. I'm representing CCAEJ, also representing many Moreno Valley residents. The core ruling issue is critical. The previous EIR did not measure impacts against existing conditions. Instead, it compared them to hypothetical outcomes under the old general plan, which the Corps found understated the true environmental impacts of this plan. That is not a minor technical issue. It goes to the heart of environmental justice, transparency, and public trust. We still have many concerns, such as the loss of agricultural land and preservation, and not addressing food security, which is inconsistent with the EJ element. We are not in favor of removing prime farmland preservation. This can also be prime for mitigations to offset pollution emissions. Section 4.3 of the air quality report is very concerning. There's a lot of mentions of significant and unavoidable. Well, it's common sense that we can avoid these impacts if we don't build polluting projects that break indirect sources. Warehouse ban, detention center bans, and data center bans are needed to prevent future impacts, period. We also know that the California Attorney General has consistently emphasized the importance of accurate baseline analysis, meaningful climate impact disclosure, and community engagement. I want to stress that the EIRs must be meaningful, not rushed, and to intentionally address and analyze the cumulative impacts this community is already facing to prevent new ones. A recirculation of this plan is definitely appropriate. Given the scope of the corrections, air quality, energy, greenhouse gas, and additional updates to transportation and noise, this is effectively a substantial revision to the environmental analysis, and it's not adequate at this time. Therefore, I respectfully request that the city consider establishing an intentional community advisory committee. This committee should include Moreno Valley residents, public health experts that provide ongoing input on this new ordinance draft that's being mentioned, that in my opinion should be addressed in a different public hearing, not in this element. The general plan, zoning updates, and climate action plan need to move forward, but with intentional community input, and that's still not meeting that criteria. Compliance with AB 98, such as truck routing, is another deficiency, and we hope community engagement and inputs taken very serious. We look forward to working with all of you, and thank you so much for your consideration.
The next three speakers are Claudia Cuevas, followed by Tatiana Flores, followed by Joaquin Castillejos.
Hola, muy buenas noches, alcalde, consejo y comunidad. Mi nombre es Claudia Cuevas y soy organizadora del Centro Comunitario de Acción y Justicia Ambiental. Principalmente estoy aquí para representar a nuestra comunidad hispanohablante. Este proceso de la enmienda del Plan General no ha sido tan accesible para nuestra comunidad y es muy importante que todos se involucren
Claudia,
en las
si me puede dar
decisiones.
un segundo, una pregunta. If we could pause the time. Do you need a translator?
¿Sí?
Okay.
Creo que comentaron que son los dos idiomas en la pantalla,
Perdón.
entonces sí.
Please, let's go ahead and resume the time, and make sure that the time is up on the screen.
Ok. El proceso de la enmienda del Plan General no ha sido tan accesible en nuestras comunidades. Es muy importante que todos se involucren en las decisiones de la ciudad porque les impacta día a día. Este Plan General aún tiene deficiencias en el reporte ambientalista, más limitaciones son necesarias que impactan a la calidad del aire y la congestión del tráfico. Un punto muy importante es la buena comunicación y la información para la comunidad. Un ejemplo, sin ofender ni faltar al respeto a nadie. Cuando corrieron para la posición de la ciudad, su información fue clara y en los dos idiomas. Entonces, ¿por qué ahora que ya están en el asiento por el que tanto pelearon, no pueden seguir dándole a la comunidad el respeto que se merecen? Estamos conscientes que la ciudad no ha cumplido la ley estatal AB 98, las rutas de camiones, reglas para permisos industriales. Por eso en este momento pedimos que a la comunidad se le dé más tiempo para dar sugerencias al plan general y les pedimos que la ciudad trabaje con nosotros, con todos ustedes y nos hagan sentir parte de esta comunidad. Muchísimas gracias y buenas noches.
The next two speakers are Tatiana Flores, followed by Joaquin Castillejos, followed by Lindsay Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tatiana Flores, and I'm an organizer with CCAEJ, and most importantly, a resident here in District 4. Throughout my involvement in tracking AB 98 implementation, I have heard time and time again throughout the county that these truck routes cutting through neighborhoods or near schools are just a result of poor planning decisions made by previous councils or supervisors. These decisions have left the city and overall region inundated with warehouse development without proper community benefit agreements or even environmental protections, leaving us residents in the southern and eastern portions of the city burdened with higher amounts of air pollution and truck traffic with few benefits in return. We are sold these industrial projects under the guise that they will provide jobs to the community, but I want to push back against this narrative and emphasize that the city's future should aim to diversify the economy, bring more high-paying and unionized labor opportunities, be sensitive to surrounding contexts and sensitive receptors, and that that throughout this process the community is engaged early. This general plan update itself has progressed in a way that confuses many residents and does not give them the proper time to actually review all the information being presented to them. And as a blueprint of the city for the next 15 to 20 years to come, community members should have the opportunity to review all updated documentation and make informed decisions about what they support or oppose from the documents, something that the AG shared concerns about as well. For the future of Moreno Valley, City Council and staff should commit to strengthening partnerships with nonprofits and community-based organizations or creating an environmental justice advisory committee so that we can work together to create a future that does not necessitate the response of poor planning decisions we have heard at previous meetings. Again, as I mentioned, I've been involved with tracking AB 98 implementation, so I want to push for more robust engagement as well, especially since it's coming to the council in June. These meetings should be at varied times throughout the week and also meet people where they are, whether that's the library, park, city events, the mall. And again, just going back to the poor planning, I want to bring up an issue I've seen again, or I've brought up in the past on Heacock. I know that I know it's said that there can be a removal of the Heacock truck route because of all the warehousing that is there, but I just want to emphasize that Serrano Elementary School and housing is near that truck route and commercial parking spot. So that's just an example of poor planning that should not happen again in the future. So yeah, honor the AGU's recommendations and you should aim for higher as you guys are doing, but we'll come back and see. But yeah, thank you.
The next three speakers are Joaquin Castillejos, followed by Lindsay Robinson, followed by Barbara Baxter.
Hi, my name is Joaquin Castillejos. I am also here representing CCAJ. And to not make it too long, I stand in solidarity with all the speakers before me and support all their statements. and just want to continue to emphasize the importance of community engagement in these processes, and to come back and make sure that folks have adequate time to review these documents when it comes to the general plan update, and also when it comes to AB 98. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Lindsay Robinson, followed by Barbara Baxter, followed by Lisa Spencer.
Good evening. So none of you have read the document you've just said. I am guessing you also did not read anybody's letters. You need to especially read Chris Rice's email, because he pointed out all the mathematical flaws in the data. This whole thing needs to be thrown out and a new general plan started from scratch. 2021 was COVID, Zoom meetings. District 2 had no council member, and we had no meeting up there. So we had no voice, and we're still being denied a voice. And tonight, it's just amazing the number of lies. In 3 minutes, I cannot go over every single lie that I've heard. She's talking about a housing element thing that was decided in 2021 that put R10 north of the freeway. Why weren't the residents up there notified of this so they had a voice and could speak out against them? Residents of Dean Ranch and Sterling Ranch are here, and they got no notifications that there was a plan to change the R10 zoning. I think that's a huge lie, and they're trying to cover up what they're doing. She claims the PACO doesn't count. That defines our community character. It's in the municipal code designating large lots. They violated the law, and her telling us we don't count. And you can also look at her slides. And that's a defining element of a general plan update that they failed us miserably, because they defined all the other areas' community character except the Northeast, because they gutted the PACO. Come on, guys, this needs to go back out, and if nothing else, we need 45 days to review all the changes, as do you. This is an incomplete document that they're asking you to vote on tonight. Don't do it. There's so much vague language and errors in this. They don't use things like "we will do this." They say, "Oh, we could do this, or maybe this, or it could possibly be this." That's not, then nothing can be held responsible for that. Come on, guys, you work for us. Do what's right for us in the Northeast. Protect our community character. This whole thing needs to get thrown out, and we need to do a proper general plan update that takes several years. Look at what Riverside is doing. They're taking care of their community, going to every area, having public meetings. A public meeting with only 2 people is not a public meeting. That was one of the COVID meetings. Zoom meetings is not the way to do it. We deserve better from you guys. Don't vote on an incomplete thing that's going to come back with little parts later, like they did to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission did not approve this. They approved something that had not all these new changes. Thus, it should go back. We got to get 45 days. You got to get 45 days. Planning Commission needs to review it. Stop taking shortcuts and stop listening to all the lies coming from staff.
The next three speakers are Barbara Baxter, followed by Lisa Spencer, followed by Susan Stancic.
Good evening, Barbara Baxter. That's incredible. Anyway, I'm here tonight in opposition to K1. I've been here since 1983 when the Air Force requested my presence. And I've seen some bad decisions coming from not you all necessarily, because 40 years worth of hindsight, there's a lot of mistakes that were made, and I think we're walking into another big one right now. There's a reason that cities have designated areas for livestock, and there's a reason for apartments here and different developments over there. There's a reason why you shape your city the way it's shaped, for the people's quality of life to be in order, for businesses to thrive. If you're going to just put together a hodgepodge and take the rights that we have had in previous general plans to have our animal keeping, have our large lots, have our dark nights, have our septic tanks if we want, why can't we live our life and let the city evolve and move as it's going to go? It's going to happen, but let the people live here, live there peacefully. There's no need to change our zoning. And these things, as I'm hearing it tonight, things were done. I know COVID, 2021, nobody was moving around. So things were moving along while nobody was looking, and people who don't live in the city, who have opinions on how the city's direction should go, have no business interfering. We're here to live our life peacefully and enjoy what God's given us. I lived shy of Sunnymead Ranch on Parkland, 1/10 of an acre. I could smell my neighbors. I can't see 10 houses on my 1 acre lot. That's ludicrous. Let's think about it. 2040 is not that far away. We're in 2026, 6 years past COVID, and we're still acting crazy. 2040 is just around the corner. Let's look at it, get the people involved that it impacts. I'm a retired person. I'm available. I have opinions. I have horses. I want to live my remaining years the way I moved to Moreno Valley for. People are fleeing the city. Oh, we don't know about that. I heard the mayor say something about we're all housed out. Or is that something, because I couldn't read it fast enough on the screen. But there was something said about we have adequate housing. I have to disagree if you're going to try and come and move me. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Lisa Spencer, followed by Ushan Stasik, followed by Leslie Young.
Good evening. My name's Lisa Spencer. I live in the northeast end of Moreno Valley. I've been there for 35 years. And I want to let you know, and I've said it before, that I oppose the R10 zoning. It's going to create more crime, more traffic. Our property values are going to go down. I'm getting close to retirement, and I don't like the looks of my house going down in price. The R10 that they showed on the map earlier is basically right across the track from where I am. We're all on septic. That whole east end is on septic. Are all those R10s going to be on septic? It doesn't seem like that's a good idea. On the website, our talks about our donkeys, and we protect our donkeys. Are you going to do anything to protect the donkeys that come into those lots every day? I saw them today, that are going to be R10, possibly. I hope not. So I'm just here to say I hope you rethink your R10 plan and leave them R2 out there. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers are Dushan Stasik, followed by Leslie Young, followed by Deborah Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dushan Stancic, and I've been a resident here for 40 years. I moved here in 1986 with my father, my mother, my sisters, and I've lived in this great city for a very long time. And I grew up playing soccer here, AYSO, at the Moreno Valley Community Park, for all my life. And, you know, we heard earlier about these kids, you know, what they're going to do over here. And this is important. You know, the air quality is a big thing. That's why you think kids not going outside, because they can't get good air, they can't breathe. You know, it's all important stuff. And I feel like this part of this project here, we messed up, or Moreno Valley messed up. We did a lot of crazy things. COVID happened. We approved some stuff. It got dinged. And now we're back here again, and we're trying to greenlight something. And I'm just kind of confused. I'm confused by all of it, because now I have a family of my own. And I want them to go play soccer outside. But they think that just across the way, about a mile away, they're going to put another warehouse or a high-density housing in Moreno Meadows or what have you. I mean, it scares me. I mean, I'm already paying a lot for insurance, fire insurance. My fire insurance has gone up the roof. I mean, there was fire here that happened in Eaton, in Malibu. And those people, you know, I feel bad. I feel bad that happened to them, and their homes are gone. I worry about that for my family. I don't want that to happen. I don't want to get stuck somewhere when I'm trying to get out of an area. There's no evacuation route. You know, there's nothing for me to get out of there. It's like only 2-3 roads out from where I live up on those hills. And I don't think much thought was put into this idea to take the zone, rezone it, and put these, warehouses or homes and Merino Meadows, whatever you call it. I mean, it's a lot of crazy things happening here, and I just feel that I respectfully ask for you guys to vote to not do this. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's think about it, because I mean, some guy just said here the idea of having like a prison or like a place, a facility. What is that? This is Moreno Valley. This is a housing community. It's not a facility to put people in to house them because they created crimes. This is for people who have families, who have homes, who come here to live here, to work here. Sure, okay, a lot of people work in Riverside, Los Angeles, but they come back here to Moreno Valley to live, to play, to grow a family. So I want you guys to keep that in your hearts when you think about what you got to vote today. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Leslie Young, followed by Deborah Johnson, followed by Catherine Fuentes.
Hi, my name is Leslie Young. This is the second time I've been to a meeting here. I am opposed of K1. How is that not a high fire hazard when my house is right down the street and I can't get fire insurance? So how could that not be a high fire zone when I can't even get insurance for that? So that, and two, your mayor, I have never seen such disrespect. People are trying to talk to you and they're confronting you. I don't know what the issue is, but you're shaking your head. You got a big smile on your face. And I do not understand. You're an elected official. How you can be that unprofessional. It bothers me to my core.
The next three speakers are Deborah Johnson, followed by Catherine Fuentes, followed by Michael Michelle.
Hi, I'm Deborah Johnson. I'm an educator here in Moreno Valley School District, been here a long time. And I just looked at something I was definitely not very happy with. I'm pretty positive that my fifth graders could do a better job with the city planning. That was pretty Mickey Mouse if I've ever seen anything Mickey Mouse. I would definitely vote today on not voting. Like, start over. Because a bunch of 10, 11-year-olds, I think, could do better. And I hate being disrespectful like that, but honestly, that was not something I felt was, I felt like that was subpar. I'm also here for K1 because I feel like we need to have some foresight. We have it, in our title of 2040, but it doesn't appear in the map. Over half the map was R10. Just at a glance, I saw it in 10 seconds. And in 10 seconds on that little map, I could see that over half of Moreno Valley was going to be designated R10. You really need to be thinking about, when you're up there, what's going to make our city safer? What's going to make our city healthier? What is going to make our city more productive for kids? What is going to make our city better educated? Those are the things you should be keeping in mind that I did not see any. That was a big fat 0 on that map. None of that was accomplished on that map. All right, so please do not vote for updating that plan because that's a Mickey Mouse plan. Thank you.
The next three speakers are going to be Michael Michelle, followed by Brielle Fierro, followed by Franco Pacheco.
Is Mikel Michelle here?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Michael Michelle. I am a lifelong resident of Moreno Valley. I grew up in District 2, and my family and I now live in District 1. I'm here to speak on item K1. When I look at this plan, I don't see maps. I don't see maps or policies. I think about the kids sitting in the classroom near the busy streets, breathing in the air that we know isn't clean. I think about the families already dealing with asthma and how more truck traffic and warehouses can make it worse. I do acknowledge the city made changes after the community concerns were raised, and I appreciate that. I especially the efforts for better protecting schools, but still concerned about the bigger picture. We know that diesel pollution does. We know what the diesel pollution does, and we know that it affects the children most. And even with most improvements, this plan allows for more truck traffic and more pollution in our community. Other nearby cities like Paris have put bans in place to study the impact first. That tells me we need to slow down, make sure we're getting this right, and the last plan was adopted in 2006, before our kids were in school or even born. This new plan will shape our city for years to come, and we have to get it right. I also want to say many families I know don't realize what's happening, and if they don't know, they can't speak up about it. Outreach needs to be actually reached to families the most effective, more like going to those people's parks, going to the neighborhoods that these are actually going to be affected by. As a mom who has a daughter of asthma and a niece who has cancer for 10 plus years, I really asked to think about the kids growing up here. They don't get a choice in these decisions, but they do have to live with their outcome. Please slow down, take a closer look, and make sure you think of health first. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Brielle Fierro, followed by Franco Pacheco, followed by Carla Cervantes.
Good evening, Mayor Cabrera, council members, City Attorney General, and esteemed city staff. My name is Brielle Fierro. I'm a lifelong resident of District 2, a mother, and a high school teacher at Valverde Unified. I'm also here to comment on item K1, and shout out to Coach Stanczyk. I seen you in the crowd. Thank you for coming. The current general plan update and climate action plan raises concerns about alignment with AB 98, especially with truck routes near sensitive areas. I do want to acknowledge that staff has made changes in response to concerns raised by community members, including the Sierra Club, which helped address some issues near our schools and near our parks. Those changes are important and appreciated. However, the issue isn't whether mitigation exists, it's whether it's effective, enforceable, and preventative instead of reactive. Because a lot of what we're talking about, it almost seems like it's a little too late. And our children do not get a second chance at clean air. With over 30 warehouse projects in the works and more than 13,000 daily truck trips, this plan still contributes to harmful air pollution and long-term health risks like asthma, especially for students just blocks away. While the plan references job creation, it fails to address long-term sustainability, especially as the logistics industry is facing more automation and replacing human labor. Neighboring cities like Paris, where I work, have paused development and implemented a moratorium to study cumulative impacts, and that's what responsible governance looks like. Alarmingly, this is also starting to look like a democratic challenge. The plan emphasizes community engagement, yet many residents, as they just said, were not informed or given enough time to respond. Outreach limited to city buildings, libraries, and mailing lists are not enough. It excludes countless working families, non-English speaking households, and those who do not have consistent access to the internet, and it creates barriers for your constituents to participate. So based on these concerns, I respectfully recommend that we reevaluate and revise truck routes to align with AB 98, that we strengthen the buffer requirements in our sensitive zones, that we establish clear, enforceable standards for emissions and idling and how we can enforce that, and recirculating the plan with broader and multilingual community outreach. So if this plan truly does serve the public, it needs to stand up to real scrutiny and meaningful input from the community members, because we know that when we limit voices, it limits the city's democracy. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Franco Pacheco, followed by Carla Cervantes, followed by Nikita Wilson.
Hello, Council. My name is Franco Pacheco with the Inlet Valley Alliance, coming to support our members in Moreno Valley. What can I say that hasn't been said already? In 1980, there were 234 warehouses in the IE. Now there is more than 4,000. That's more than the number of K-12 schools, libraries, parks, grocery stores, and hospitals combined in the IE. So what I'm hearing from a lot of the public is that, you know, they're tired of the way that the planning has gone in the city. And when I heard part of the mitigation for new projects is to provide air filters for residents, I was kind of taken aback that much poor decisions has resulted in litigation like this. The lawyer mentioned that this will be a de facto warehouse moratorium. So I asked the council just to pass a warehouse ban completely now. What's stopping you now? He's saying it, put it on paper. You know, we should take a look at all these things that affect our health. You know, residents like your open spaces. It's very important too that we take gauge of cities around us. You have Paris, you have Riverside County, Riverside City. Their plans affect Moreno Valley just as much as Moreno Valley's plans affect them. So please recirculate this and allow the public to provide adequate comments on this text. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Carlos Cervantes, followed by Nikita Wilson, followed by Mr. George Haig.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Carlos Cervantes. I'm here with Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice and the Sierra Club. I'm here to request this recirculation of this plan and a warehouse moratorium as well. We need a plan that reflects real community protections. The current plan does not meet the moment. Our community is already overburdened by warehouse expansion, diesel pollution, constant truck traffic, noise, and rising health risks. These are cumulative impacts, and they are being felt most by working families and neighborhoods closest to these developments. We also cannot ignore how this process happened. Much of the outreach took place in 2021 during COVID-19. Not even my family members that were party animals were throwing parties during that time. That was not a time of meaningful public participation. People were sick, working multiple jobs, caring for family, or simply unable to access virtual meetings. To treat that as sufficient community input is not just inadequate, it is unjust, and it's disrespectful. Recirculation is not optional. It is necessary to correct a flawed process and rebuild public trust. At the same time, continuing to approve warehouses under a weak plan is irresponsible. That is why a warehouse moratorium is essential. Councilmember Bernard was really on the money on that one because the impacts have gone above and beyond what this city can handle. And it shouldn't be, we shouldn't have to risk public health in order to richen a developer's pocket. I want to be clear, recirculation alone is not enough. We need structural change in how decisions are really being made. Calling for the creation of a community oversight committee with real authority made up of residents, public health experts, and community-based organizations. This committee must have a formal role in reviewing the climate action plan, monitoring implementation, and ensuring accountability over time. Beyond that, you must amplify community input in a real way. Not just notices and hearings, but accessible meetings, multilingual outreach, transparent data, and decision-making power that includes the people that are most affected. Community involvement cannot be symbolic. It cannot just be a check mark on a piece of paper. It must be meaningful, continuous, and built into the process from start to finish. Moreno Valley deserves a future where growth does not come at the expense of our health. We deserve clean air, safe streets, and leadership that really listens. Recirculate the plan, adopt a warehouse moratorium, or better yet, ban them, establish a community oversight committee with real power, and commit to a process that truly centers this community that you are supposed to represent. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Nikita Wilson, followed by Mr. George Haig, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, I'm back. This is a follow-up comment to item K1. I wanted to address again APR data, 1,123 permitted, 319 completed, 0 very low income, 32 low income, majority market rate. So yes, we are building, but the question is, what specific trigger timelines and enforcement mechanisms in this plan ensure very low income housing is actually delivered and not just permitted? We have the plan, we have the data. Now the plan must produce measurable alignment, not just activity. We need accountability. Thank you.
The next three speakers are George Haig, followed by Luis Palomares, followed by Jose Osuna.
George Haig, Moreno Valley. I was going to talk about some of the environmental impacts, but I really appreciate people who spoke before me, and we'll just incorporate those. I'll spend some time instead talking about the zoning on the Northeast. Once again, you've heard about 2021. 2021, they were supposed to have these hearings in each portion of the city. The Northeast was denied theirs because of COVID. As soon as we started having deliberation before the city council, our council member died. We had no representation. We had no input into the hearing process. But what popped up? R10. If you would have included within the documents you have the long questionnaires, there was 3 of them, submitted by the city to the residents, you would read no such building in the Northeast. But you don't have that document in front of you, and you really should. Set aside zoning, that was one of the things the court said. Once again, they set aside the zoning in the city. We don't have what was approved in 2021 before us right now, existing before us right now. What happens when you read number 3 tonight? It will ask you approving associated zoning text and zoning atlas. You're approving that tonight. So you are approving the R10. That's what's going to happen. So don't say it's not about zoning. It is. Lack of required public outreach again and again. Housing element was designed to reward certain owners. The advisory committee for the general plan back then had 2 major developers who didn't even live in our city, and that was our advisory committee of about 5 people. 2 of them were major developers from outside the city. Our planning staff said such type of zoning for R10 should have shopping. It doesn't have shopping. Should have parks. It doesn't have parks. Doesn't have sidewalks. Doesn't have transit. Doesn't have overhead lights. No bike lanes. No sewers. So why would you put R10 when all of that does not exist? Remove high density in Edgemont area. You're voting on that tonight. You're going to be removing high density in the Edgemont area. Can you remove high density? Yes, you're proving it because you're removing it in the Edgemont area. So if you can remove it there, you can remove it here in the Northeast.
The next 2 speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Jose Osuna.
Thank you.
Wow, Luis Palomares, community activist. Action-packed meeting tonight. I agree with a lot of people here today. It's a new win on me, but I do. Also, R10s. Like somebody was saying, George just said about the R10s. My daughter lives right there by the R10s. They don't have no driveways. They're on top of each other. You got like 3 houses on the size of this room here. Put 3 houses in this room. That's what their R10s are. It's really bad. You gotta get away from those R10s. I think we already reached our numbers, right? I believe we have. Now, as far as warehouses, on the East End, it was supposed to be the World Logistic. Never happened. 2 warehouses out there. Plus, there's Tulari's, Aldi's, and there's another one out there. That's all we've gotten. All you people, I agree, should be over there in Riverside, because everything they're building in the Meridian, in Banning, in Beaumont, in Redlands, in Paris. I know they did a moratorium in Paris. Well, they got all the warehouses they need over there and all the revenue too. So I don't think we're gonna have any more really warehouses coming anytime soon. And as far as Hillwood, if that warehouse would have went in, I would have cared if they never built another warehouse here, because that would have gave us the money of 5 warehouses, $60 million, 4 soccer fields, a team post. They're going to water and mow the grass, but you send them packing. That could have taken care of a lot of warehouses. So we got all the traffic coming through our freeways here, going to Banning and Beaumont. They're giving us the finger and saying, here for you. You know, they had it Edo in court for so long. I'm not advocating for Edo. So long so everybody went to the Meridian. They went to every surrounding city. So those warehouses ain't gonna come here. So I'm not even worrying about warehouses anymore, or talking about them really, because who knows what's gonna come next. But these R10s, that's bad. That's bad. Because you go look at the ones across the street from Target. They don't have no driveway. You can jump from roof to roof. I'm not lying. You can jump from roof to roof if you have long legs or like Roy. You could do it. It could happen, you know? And as far as our lying mayor here, he told these people, gave them a good story, a lot of these people here, and then he switched it on them. You know, lying again. And then earlier he gave a big old infomercial cleaning it up. When we're talking about certain things, he starts giving a big infomercial. I thought you were doing a campaign. You know, I thought you were in a campaign role here, Mayor. You know, this isn't for your campaigning and for cleaning it up and for doing your infomercials. It's not. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Jose Osuna, followed by Roy Blackard.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jose Osuna Tiznado. I'm a college student at Moreno Valley College, and I've lived nearby in Paris for 11 years. In my young life, I've seen this valley grow, and I oppose the plan. I'm here to comment on K1. Looking at the truck routes in the item, the council should reconsider the truck routes, as the current proposal will affect local residents directly, and the 36 warehouses already approved and ready to be built will squeeze in truck traffic onto Alessandro and local streets, which truck routes should not be going through to bypass the freeway. Imagine, City Council, if all the 36 warehouses that are on standby are finished tomorrow. Not only would it cause heavy traffic and build eyesores in the city, but the most serious of them all is the environmental damage, which will affect the city directly within the heart of the city. Imagine, City Council, thousands of trucks coming in, which emit harmful pollutants like nitrogen oxide and carbon monoxide, which are known to cause increased rates of asthma, lung cancer, and other respiratory illnesses, and diesel particulate matter, which causes irritation of the eyes, throat, nose, heart, and lung disease, birth defects, and premature death, and honorable mention neurological impairments. These pollutants will go straight into people's backyards, and in the long term can possibly create, quote, diesel death zones in Moval. Diesel death zones is a term referred to communities that are exposed to disproportionate volumes of diesel pollution. Examples include communities like San Pedro and Wilmington near the Port of LA, and the nearby city of San Bernardino, which is not known for having good quality of air. City Council members and Mayor, please think ahead about what you're going to do. Your vote and signatures will have the impact to affect the city for decades. Please let the impact be positive, and thank you.
Next 2 speakers are Roy Blackard, followed by Bob Palomares.
Let us keep our septic tanks. Words I thought I would never hear. Jesus Christ, pass the darn thing. We're 10 years past where we should be, like we were the other time. We do this every 20 years. We should do it every 10. Go look at your beloved California League of Cities. They say you're doing that. This is why we're a joke of a town. We don't do anything. I have no sympathy for the Northeasters because they did not take the deal we worked out 12 years ago to half-acre lots north of Ironwood, east of Nason. You're done. Word that? No, you had to go recall Mayor Tom and prove your point. Well, now you got it. AB 98, SB 415, and all these stupid rules and regulations and costs. You want to know why it is so expensive for housing and everything and groceries and everything else? All these idiotic, stupid, ridiculous regulations that have stopped the progress, took the quality of life of everyone down the tubes. And I will invite anyone to come in, and we will sit in my studio and go till the cows come home, and I will let you have as much time as you want to prove your point, because we have plenty of evidence to show what the crap is going on. De facto, no warehouses. You heard it from the city attorney. What are we going to... This is what you all wanted, and now it isn't good enough. When do we stop? Yeah, that's exactly. Nick Shirley points out exactly what is going on in every form of government in the United States of America. And this is you are advocating for the exact thing. When you come up here and say, oh, we were going to do it again and all this stuff, we might as well throw the city right down the toilet, because that's what you're doing. At some point, you've got to make a decision and move on. Do you want to never do it? Again, most of you sitting here, if I took the attitude you guys got, you would not be living in this city. So let's pass this thing, move on, let some development come in here. People want jobs and that. Developers, businesses are not becoming, because of the three-ring circus sideshow for 40 plus years that has gone on, is going on today. Some point, pass this thing, and let's hopefully turn this thing around.
The final speaker is Bob Palomares.
Roy was right about what happened back when they had the opportunity to vote for the numbers that could be put on, but that was then and this is now. You know, I've always been...
Just 1 second.
All right.
Just to get the time. Okay, there we go.
You know, I've always been for progress, and I've seen all the development come in, and we've done good. But I think it's over now. You know, I drive on Ironwood going north quite often, and I look to my left, and I see all the hills and, you know, the way it is, and I said, man, this is the end of Moreno Valley as we know it from the very beginning, from when Roy was a kid. It's the only part that's left that, you know, that he recognizes, I'm sure. And why should we let a developer come in and build what is not wanted there? You know, north of the 60 freeway, it's unique. And it should stay that way. In my opinion, nothing should be built there. Leave it the way it is. George Haig says he loves it the way it is. He lives there. Let him have it. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. We'll go ahead and bring it back up to the dais for council deliberation, and look to my colleagues.
I'll start. There you go. You guys think about what you're going to say, and I'll just throw myself under the bus here. So I do represent District 2, where the most of the comments are directed to, and I do listen to my constituents. This is not the meeting that we are talking about zoning. This is, and I clarified that early on. So we are talking about the general plan update that was presented to us by the Attorney General and the Sierra Club in court, and we are cleaning that part up now. Come time to talk about development in those areas, that's 100% the time that we can have those discussions about the zoning in those areas. But this city needs to move forward. I think a couple speakers said that the city needs to move forward with this general plan. And most of the speakers talked about environmental justice, the way the truck routes and warehousing, and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about tonight. Now, the general plan update does cover all those in a wide breadth, right? But what we're talking about tonight is approving the general plan, the 2040, to move forward in our city. So there are a lot of people in the audience that I've worked directly with in District 2. And when they call me and they present me an issue, I help them resolve it. Now, it doesn't always resolve in their favor or the way they would want, but it's resolved nonetheless. They don't have to call me back and say, you never called me back. So I do care what you guys think. I do care the quality of life that we have in District 2. But this plan that is presented today needs to move forward so our city can move forward. Now, again, every development is going to be discussed and voted on that development. So that's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you. This question for staff. The mitigation monitoring that's in the GPU, the oversight, the enforcement. Can you elaborate on that? How that will happen once if it's adopted?
I will defer to either Sean or Angelica on that, because that's administered in those divisions.
The mitigation measures that are identified within the general plan are ultimately going to be implemented in a number of different ways, whether it is through implementation of the programs within the general plan or implemented through the review of development applications. Those would be the primary ways that we're going to see those occur.
Thank you. And another question: this GPU, right? Didn't touch the land use, right? The component. Can you clarify the zoning atlas and the zoning text amendment and how it aligns with the existing general plan update? And there might be some confusion there.
So General Plan 2040, which was adopted in 2021 by the City Council, that land use map was established. That map is the same map that has been brought before you this evening for your approval again. As was, there were no changes made to that map as part of this update that we've done. It was already incorporated into it.
Let's please keep it respectful in the back. Folks, everybody had their 3 minutes. Please, I don't want to start giving out warnings or anything like that. Let's just keep it respectful, please.
The general plan land use map of 2021 and the general plan land use map that is before you this evening are the same general plan land use map. The reason they are the same is because they needed to be consistent with the city's housing element, which was adopted by this council in 2021, certified by HCD, and ultimately was upheld by the court. For us to make any changes to the housing, to the land use map at this point would then trickle into us having to redo the housing element as well. And that would ultimately result in us needing to then go forward back to HCD to have the housing element recertified. And it would also mean that we were removing our pro-housing designation. That's why it is, staff can state with confidence, we did not make any changes, because to do so would have had a very significant trickle-down effect. So this property was identified as R10 in 2021. It was presented. There were public comments expressing concern back in 2021 with this R10 as well. There were public comments in 2021 relative to this as well when this was adopted. And this, but ultimately for the same purpose, affirmatively furthering fair housing, that is why this R10 designation was put forward there at Merino Beach.
I have one more question. So going back, there was a question from one of the speakers that half of the northeast corner of the city is R10. I just want to dispel that myth.
The map that was shown, what I believe they were referring to, I know that Angelica mentioned in her presentation it was orange. What I'm assuming is that the speaker that saw the map was identifying our hillside residential zone, which is an orangish brown color, and that was ultimately what they were assuming was also R10 within that northeast area. We're strictly the R10 zoning designation, and the orange portion for which our community development director was referencing is specifically located on either side of Merino Beach, south of Ironwood.
It's a very, comparatively speaking, it's a very small percentage of the land use in that northeast quadrant.
Ma'am, thank you. I appreciate that, but public comment is already done. I really don't want to ask folks to keep it down. I've already asked 3 times. Everybody has had their 3 minutes to speak on public comment. Again, just ask folks to let our staff and let the council deliberate here at this time. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, also, you alluded to 2021 and 2021 approvals. I'd like to remind council that in 2018, the council before you dedicated $2 million to the actual update of the general plan. 2018. Engagement started in 2018, 2019, 2020, all pre-COVID, culminated in 2021. So there was active engagement and so forth pre-COVID. Yes, we did have to change procedures when COVID did hit, but 2018 was when your body approved $2 million for the GPU. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further deliberation?
Yes. Okay, so I'm going back and forth because I know what got really honed in on the northeast side is the R10 zoning, and as we discussed, we are not changing that. One of the issues that came up, I guess the way I should put this is we are here to address the EIR, correct, City Attorney?
Correct.
Okay, so we're here to address the EIR. And so I know the question kept coming up over and over again, who read, what was read? I read the report that came out. I've also read and continue to read as everyone is talking, all of the emails and things that are coming out from the residents who have given things. I've read several public comment via emails. And so I'm reading them, and although I understand what everyone is saying about the R10 housing, some of the things and some of the things that are pointed out in the R10 housing when we're talking about being pro-housing, and I'm just going to quite simply call it out, is if we go to R10 housing, then that would mean the crime rate were to go up, which I just think I want to put out there, that's a falsehood, okay? High density does not automatically equal crime rates increasing. I don't know where that comes from. And if you have the statistics to prove it and back it up, please, please, please forward that to me, because I love to read. My center does a lot of research and reports, and that's just not a correlation. Another thing that keeps coming up is the previous council that put together the committee and all of that. While I understand, it's not everybody that we would have probably as a collective put up there, but we can only deal with what we have now. And that's what we're here to address today. So because that's what we're here to address today, we're not here to address the zoning. We are here to address what the AG asked us to address in the EIR, what the judge has asked us to address. This will be going through the process yet again, City Attorney. We're gonna send it back through. So they have another 40 to 45 days?
Closer to 40 days.
closer to 40 days, right? Because it's going to go back through planning.
That's correct. We have to provide at least 20 days advance notice of that public hearing.
What I would like to see, and maybe I can get some consensus up here, is if that is the case, would we be able to put together, and I do apologize, staff, would we be able to put together a several meetings, probably highly concentrated in the Northeast, since the Northeast is expressing that they have concerns, where we are able to meet with them, hear their concerns, and see if there is anything else in this
Certainly.
to address.
Certainly. You have that
Okay,
option.
so are we open to doing that? We are fine with that? Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Councilmember, you did say with consensus, but I did see everybody's head shaking, so without a vote, but we will do that as
Okay,
staff.
do you want me to make it a formal?
We will do that
Okay,
as staff.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Want to say thank you to all of the public speakers, our community who came out, the various organizations that came out to represent, your organizations. And I don't want to repeat everything that has been said, but at this point where we are, the city manager just mentioned how many years, right, when this originally started, and I remember very vividly because I was there whenever the conversations first started. I was a council member at the time. And at that time, throughout the process, I expressed, my concern various times of the way that the process was being put together, the folks that were, the developers that were being put on the committee. I had serious issues with it, but at the time, I was in the minority on the council, and, things unfortunately played out the way that they did. And where we are today, we're, we really are kind of, we have to play with the cards that were being dealt. And, the litigation took years, right? The Sierra Club filed a lawsuit, AG got involved. We've been in negotiations with the AG for years now, finally have come to, basically an agreement on moving forward with this. And so, COVID was out of our control. That was something that nobody could have foreseen. But at the end of the day, I think where we are right now, the even if we were to entertain starting all over again, making serious changes to this, there's already been a plethora of reasons stated why we shouldn't do that, because of the other issues that is going to bring to us, whether that's litigation from developers who have already had their property rezoned in 2021. I think the potential consequences outweigh any benefits that could come from, starting all over again or making significant changes to anything other than the EIR. Where we are right now, we have to just move forward. And of course, additional community input wherever we can to have those opportunities, without a doubt. And then also, one of y'all went into detail on this, but this is not approving any projects, any specific projects. Like, those still need to come to us. They still need to come to our agenda. We still need to deliberate, vote on those. And so I'm really hoping that we see you all there when those projects come in. When that day comes where a developer submits those applications and it finally ends up on our agenda for a vote, I really want you all to be here as well, to come out in force like you are here tonight, to speak your mind and make sure that the community is heard. But today is not that day. Today we're simply looking at the EIR, looking at the agreement that we've come to with the AG, and we need to move forward. This has just been hanging over our head for way too long, way too many years. We need to just move past this. So with that, I think there might be a motion from District 4, just to make sure we get the language correct. If there's no further deliberation, we can entertain a motion in a second.
I make a motion to approve staff's recommendation, with the caveat also that we reach out to the community, specifically in the Northeast, have several meetings over there, so that they can give us some input also.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we'll go ahead and take a recess at this time. We'll be back in a few minutes. Good evening and welcome back to our council meeting. We'll go ahead and move to our next item, K2, which is another public hearing pertaining to CDBG home and ESG project applications. And at this time, we will start with a staff report, which will be presented this evening by our Chief Financial Officer / City Treasurer, Felicia London.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. This is a routine annual item as part of the city's federal funding programs through CDBG, Home, and ESG for the FY 26-27 Annual Action Plan. Tonight, you have before you a summary of applications submitted and funding requests. At this stage, there are no funding recommendations at this time. This is simply for the public review and input as required by HUD. In terms of available funding, the city has approximately $2.3 million in CDBG funds, $2.7 million in home funds, and approximately $247,000 in ESG funding. We will return to council on May 5th with final funding recommendations and the full annual action plan for consideration. With that, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive input on the applications. Staff is now available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. London. We will bring it back up to the dais for any council questions of staff. Seeing none, we will open the public testimony portion. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do, Mayor. The first two speakers are Catherine Fuentes, followed by Roy Bleckert.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kat Fuentes, and I'm the Director of Government Partnerships with Upwards. We are the nation's largest child care network. We are grateful for the City Council's support in funding the BOOST program, which is a direct federal investment in Moreno Valley's child care infrastructure, small business community, and the amazing families who call this community home. We had a strong start to the program this year with all 19 enrolled microenterprise childcare businesses actively participating in the program to date. The program is already meeting 120% of our job creation goal and showing signs of strong revenue growth as we kick off the final quarter of the program. These are meaningful milestones that reflect the momentum these providers are building, which you can read more about in the testimonial I emailed each council member last week. For those who may not be familiar with the program, BOOST equips low to moderate income daycare providers with one-on-one business coaching and digital tools to strengthen their operations and grow their revenue. Providers work individually with experienced care specialists to build a customized business action plan, which covers things like business marketing, enrollment, financing, staffing, and so much more. They also receive free access to our child care management system, which streamlines day-to-day operations and improves programming quality with the use of customized technology. The result, providers grow their small business, they create local jobs, and expand access to affordable quality care for working families in this beautiful community. This program addresses a critical need in the city where childcare shortages are both a family crisis and an economic one. 61% of children under age 6 in Moreno Valley lack access to a licensed child care slot, leaving thousands of families, especially mothers and single parents, unable to fully participate in the workforce. Child care workers in Moreno Valley also earn an average of $17.54 per hour, far below the wages of elementary school educators. This wage gap drives high turnover and deepens the local shortages. Likely the reason 2/3 of childcare providers nationwide report difficulty in meeting basic needs, including food and housing, a pressure Moreno Valley providers know firsthand. Luckily, BOOST has a strong track record of meeting these needs. Across 30 cities and counties, Upwards has mentored over 500 family childcare providers, created 180 new jobs, helped providers increase revenue by an average of 25 to 30%, and expanded childcare slots anywhere from 30 to 50%, all within the first year of program implementation. Upwards is already operating in the region and is currently being reviewed for year 2 federal funding in this public hearing tonight. We encourage the council to support boost programs with federal CDBG funding for fiscal year 26-27 so that we can continue to support these critical microenterprise businesses and families in Moreno Valley, many of whom are in the audience.
The next speaker is Roy Blackard.
This past Sunday, longest running television show in Southern California, KNBC News Conference, hosted by Colin Nolan, and happened to be Sheriff Chad was on there, and they asked, the topic of housing came up, and Colin Nolan said, we don't need another Moreno Valley. You look at this of all the stuff that's going on. You want to know why things are unaffordable? You are building unaffordable housing. Just go ask Jim Jernigan on the Cottonwood, and I did. If you get rid of if you just get rid of the stupid regulations, I asked him how much would it drop the cost? 1/3. So when you look at that and you propose this, and it's housing in blighted areas, where's the biggest blighted area? You got it. The L of Edgemont. You don't address that. It looks almost, no, it looks, if you want to take it collectively, it looks way worse than when I first rolled in there almost 65 years ago. The amount of people mentioned Nick Shirley and the fraud when I came up here in the speaker before, the amount of fraud that's going on in these projects across the board from the county, $500,000, and it's well on the public record because I was down there mentioning it, commenting on it when these projects came up at the county with the same garbage. The amount of fraud that runs across all these projects is ridiculous, and that's what makes it unaffordable. I get the intention of it. The application of the evidence shows unequivocally it's a failure. Look at the amount of unaffordability in housing in Moreno Valley. I can tell you it was way more affordable when it was a bunch of us ditch bank Okies out here. Look at it today. Tell me a family can afford to live on a half-acre or 1-acre lot or buy them that you just heard about. Ain't happening, except in rare instances. This is what the problem is. This is what's not addressed. This is what should be addressed, and it ain't.
Mayor, that concludes all of public testimony for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council deliberation.
No, sir.
Yeah, this is a routine item that we do every single year. So I'll make a motion if there's no deliberation to approve staff's recommendations.
I second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Councilmember Box-Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is L, General Business. L1, Adoption of a Resolution Supporting AB 2083. And we will start with a staff report from our city clerk. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and honorable members of the council. Before you tonight is a staff report on Assembly Bill 2083, a proposal to establish the Moreno Valley Parish Child Care Special District as a 5-year pilot program. On February 17th, 2026, the City Council expressed unanimous support for the proposed Moreno Valley Parish Child Care Special District Act. At that time, the legislation had not yet been assigned a bill number. In consultation with City Manager and City Attorney, this item is being brought back for a formal action through a resolution now that it has been designated an Assembly Bill number 2083. So the recommendation would be to adopt the resolution supporting AB 2083, which would establish the Moreno Valley Parish Child Care Special District, come from the city's intent to participate in a district governance, including board representation. And the purpose of the bill, AB 2083, would be to expand access to affordable, flexible childcare, including 24/7 care, support working families and local workforce participation, enhance and not replace existing childcare providers. And I have the bill here that I'd like to read regarding the funding. The bill would provide that if the Commission on State Mandates determines that the bill contains cost mandated by the state, reimbursement for those costs shall be made. And at this time, there would be no appropriation, and it would be up to $5 million in state grant funding. It would, if available, for startup, and of course that would include staffing and planning. And but long-term funding would require voter approval. And a key benefit, this would ensure local oversight and alignment with community child care needs through city participation in governments. That concludes my staff report. I'm available for questions, as is the city manager and city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it back to the dais for council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that presentation. And I have two questions. So there is no funding available. There's no funding for this, correct?
That's correct.
So then, long-term, we're setting up a district with no funding? I mean, that's essentially what we're being asked to do?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney or the city manager and see if they have insight on this question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. Council member, the Assembly Bill verbiage states that there would be potential seed money of about $5 million. At this particular point in time, the seed funding is not identified within the codified verbiage of Assembly Bill 2083. So to answer your question, at this particular point in time, although there is potential seed money, not quite sure where it comes from.
And my last question would, so this is a Moreno Valley / Paris district, and this district would be created by the two cities, correct? That's what it's saying?
Yes, based on this Assembly Bill and the language within the Assembly Bill, it's creating a Moreno Valley and a Paris district that would have to go through LAFCO approval, Local Agency Formation Commission approval. This particular bill is going through various committee meetings at the state at this particular point in time. And when the bill number was assigned and codified, we thought it would be in best interest because, like Madam Clerk had mentioned, the Child Care Special District Act back in February, we had support from council approval to support that, but now there's actual language and so forth. We want to make sure that we get this before you.
And last question, did I say it last time? And maybe I didn't, but last question for real is, has Paris agreed to do this? Has the city of Paris, the other entity that's named in the resolution or the bill?
To my knowledge, they have not taken anything to council, but I am aware, I received an email from my counterpart, Clara Miramontes, who's the city manager in Paris, stating that they, being council, did not support this, and supposedly there was communication with the Assembly member's office.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
I have a question. Isn't this a county function? When we needed childcare in my family, we went to the county and they provided childcare. And there's billboards on the 60 freeway saying if you need childcare to call the Riverside County Office of Ed. So isn't this a service the county already provides?
From my understanding, there is funding available from the county.
Yeah.
When we do receive either emails into contact us at moval.org or calls of residents needing assistance with childcare, we provide them the 211 information, which is the county source for funding.
So if I could add some additional comments here just to those questions. Part of this also includes the school districts. It would be Moreno Valley Unified School District, Val Verde Unified School District, and Paris Union School District. It's one of those that's within the city of Paris. I can't remember exactly which one it is. So it wouldn't be just limited to the cities, but basically the reason, part of the reason why the resolution is coming to us is to see if, we are interested in being, having membership on this special district were it to be formed, were it to pass, signed into law. And, basically we would be able to have 2 seats on that board, on that commission. And so it wouldn't be just the 2 cities. And I believe, and I don't know if staff has this information, 1 or 2 of the school districts have approved resolutions for it. I think you're correct with Paris. I don't think they've formally made a decision on it. And then on the funding component of it, that was one of the things that, even I asked and other counterparts of mine in Paris asked, was the funding, right? Where is that going to come from? How are we going to pay for this? And so as part of the discussions, the assembly member is making that budget request in the state budget to ask and seek $5 million. But it's kind of contingent on each other. If the $5 million can't be secured, the bill likely is not going to survive. And so they go hand in hand. And the long-term funding also, it wouldn't necessarily commit the city to any kind of long-term funding. That would have to go out to a vote. Just like we go out and put measures on the ballot, any long-term funding would have to be approved by the voters. There would not be, the city would not be on the hook or forced to contribute funds to the special district. So I think at the end of the day, well, I'll save my more comments for deliberation, but the goal here is to expand access to childcare because we desperately need it, especially here in Moreno Valley. So just to add additional comments to the questions.
And so, Mayor, based on the school districts, I am not aware of any formal votes, but my apologies, I didn't seek to see if they had done any formal votes as well. You are correct. Section 10493.4, the district shall be governed by a board of 5 members with 1 member appointed by each of the following: Moreno Valley, Paris, VVUSD, MVUSD, Paris Elementary School District. The term of each member of the governing board shall be blank years, obviously. So as it goes through committee, there would be some additional information. Also, the district is to be established and set for a 5-year period. After 5 years, there's specific verbiage that's codified that in the 2030, 2031 year, the district would need to be revoted to continue. And if so, then additional funding would be needed.
I have a follow-up question, if that's okay. Would it be accurate in saying in business or in a city municipality conducting business, would it be premature without funding? And the mayor even said if there's no funding and he can't secure funding, this bill will die. Well, aren't we kind of like putting the cart before the horse in doing this now and wait till the funding is there, and then they can come back to us and say, hey, the funding's here, because we all agree that we agreed to it in February to actually explore it and to say that we'd agree to do this, but we didn't know that there was going to be no funding attached.
I would answer that in a manner that I don't know why any one person writes legislation for any given reason. But it is difficult when you're writing legislation and you're trying to find a funding mechanism, because it's very difficult to try and create something through legislation and find the funding. And if you were to go try and get the funding through budgetary means without the legislation, either way, the equation doesn't work. So I could see where any one legislator is trying to create something here, but unknowns, there's always legislation that always have unknowns. And that's why things go through so many committees. We'll go through various finance committee, governmental committees, all these types of committees up at the state. So that being said, it is difficult when you're trying to create something like this without a funding source, but I don't see how you would be able to do it the other way, because why would the state budget officers be saying, okay, well, I'll give you $5 million, but you don't have anything created? It's very difficult.
Thank you for that explanation.
But wouldn't it be better for it to just go to the county? If he's going to get $5 million, why doesn't he just give it to the county who already provides services like that? What would we be doing? Opening daycare centers, providing vouchers? Like, what kind of, what model would this look like?
So the specific verbiage within AB 2083, the body that is created by this district, those 5 members that I had mentioned and that the mayor had mentioned as far as the entities, they would actually adopt budget and financial controls consisting with dependent special district requirements. They would hire a general manager to oversee daily operations and report to the board, establish recruitment and hiring processes consistent with past practices established by CSDA or California Special Districts Association. They could designate, contract with, or directly operate child daycare facilities as defined in Section 1596.750 of the Health and Safety Code. The district exercises its authority under the subdivision of the district shall only contract with or employ union child care workers to the extent that there exists a union representation in that kind of category for child care worker. So the program is to be developed for new child care programs for 10 and younger. Coordinate with school districts, First Five, local First Five commissions, other public and nonprofit partners. So it is in essence creating the entire child care industry within this district.
Are there any further questions from the council? Okay, seeing no further questions, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Roy Bleckard, followed by Tangela Ford.
Wow, Luis Palomares, community activist. Hey, I only got 4 pockets. How much more tax money do you want from me? They don't even got funding yet, but they're throwing it just like that last thing about the Corey Jackson over there on Paris and yada yada. Millions went into that from the county. They got fooled, and here we are. This is, you're putting the cart before the horses, right? The mayor here is giving a good presentation, a good campaign, how great it is, lobbying us. All his bright ideas, a big infomercial, whose idea was this? And why is the staff? I mean, who are you working for? The taxpayer of Moreno Valley or this mayor? Who do you owe your allegiance to? Some of you, I'm not giving no names, but who do you owe your allegiance to? Us, the taxpayer, or the mayor and his sidekick right here, Gonzalez? Come on, I'm tired. Look at $30 million, my penny. I don't care about the penny, but what are they going to do with the $30 million? That's what I want to know. Like I said, let's build a state-of-the-art police station, state-of-the-art fire station, state-of-the-art library, state-of-the-art museum, not that joke over there at the mall. A state-of-the-art senior citizens, seniors. No, another hand in the pocket. I mean, give me a break. We have the after-school programs, and a lot of students are in those. From kindergarten to, middle school. We got that. A lot of kids go to the after-school programs. They work good. The county has daycare. You call the county. Well, okay, let's help you. You got to do this, that. Also, the colleges have daycare for their students that are going there. The parents that are going there. They have daycare. So now we're going to get on another adventure. Let's fix what's broken here first before we start putting. But I know it's the mayor's bright idea. Let me take it. Mayor, did you bring this? Was this your idea? I want to know. And how many people are calling us to the city about daycare? How many this month? I want to know. Inquiry millions want to know. So here we go again with another venture. Off to the left, or, hey, follow the yellow brick road. They all lead to this mayor here, this corrupted mayor here. Follow the yellow. Hey, let's start the program. Wow. It creates a lot of jobs, but who's getting the benefit more? The students, the kids, or the people, the staff? How much does it cost to staff all this? Like our little Mickey Mouse libraries, how much does it cost to staff them, to rent the building, for rent and to staff them? A lot of money when we could build a great building. So think out of the damn box, Mayor. Bring us something. But you always want all this little stuff for your little campaign propaganda page. Come on. Do the right thing for the people.
The next three speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Tangela Ford, followed by Bob Palomares.
One of those famous Royism 101s. No matter how well-intentioned, every government program, 98.7% of them wind up in graft, corruption, and failure. Again, I didn't mention it. It was shouted out from the audience earlier, Nick Shirley. Fraud, childcare. Do we have to go any further? Again, why is it mentioned? Why isn't Assemblymember Corey Jackson or his rep here to outline the project? Oh, we like to use big words like codify. Well, codify this. I've asked for it many times. Why isn't there a joint study session with the City of Paris, Moreno Valley, the Syndicate, and VV? And then discuss what's going on. We hear this and we hear that, and this, well, they're not doing it, and maybe this and that. Why is it even here as a proposal on an agenda item, incomplete? You talk about waste of time, or I get my rear end ripped? What are you doing to the people of Moreno Valley for 42 years? Why don't we build a community like we used to have, where parents could provide childcare and housing and food and education for their kids? Why don't we ever have a discussion about that? A lot of people say, maybe on this dais in the well, we did it all wrong back in the day. We didn't have these problems back then. In fact, we had much more opportunity. Again, even as a 7-year-old. The last thing I would have ever said, or practically anybody that grew up when I was 7, is, we don't have nothing to do. Because you'd have figured out, you'd have said that one time. And then you would have figured out that wasn't a really smart thing to do. Why don't we start doing some smart, intelligent things? Why don't we have the discussions of how we're not discussing this and how we're providing opportunity for our kids? Like I've said, what breaks my heart, and I tell everybody this, especially the younger generation, breaks my heart, your generation is not going to have the opportunity my generation had. And 98.7% of that is the government policy and the people we have elected that have brought us to these points today. When do we stop? When do we fix it?
The next two speakers are Tangela Ford, followed by Bob Palomares.
Hi, guys. Thank you for meeting tonight and letting me speak. As to the issue of L1, I think that it's a good idea. Affordability is a huge thing. Making childcare more accessible is super important. Not only that, in my daytime work, I work for the County of Riverside Auditor Controller's Office. I specifically myself deal with LAFCO and special district entities. So taxes are apportioned to pay for them. So I think that us getting ahead and being part of this special district, I think that it would be a unique opportunity for Moreno Valley and eventually kind of pay for itself. Did I hear her correctly? She said that it would we could even offer 24/7 daycare, which is not common out here, which is needed because things are not affordable. People need to work more, but people need to watch the kids as well. So I think that it would be a good opportunity to bring in more revenue for parents to be able to work more and also through LAFCO apportionments. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bob Palomares.
Nobody disputes childcare, but this is deja vu. Do you remember when SVX got the mayor to get the staff to help with an application for the $10 million? And some of the council members were saying, no harm, no foul, let's try it. Do you know where that particular project on Paris Boulevard stands right now? If you don't, look into it. You'll find out that we wasted a lot of time. Staff wasted time, and that's taxpayer money. And this right here is right along those lines. It's what can I do? Oh, Mr. Jackson, sure, I'll help you. Let me, and like Roy says, why weren't all the cities that are supposedly involved in all the agencies meet together first, then bring it to the city? This is what we have. Instead, they're trying to slip it through again. You know, this is pure stupidity. I mean, absolutely. When you got somebody doing it the way it's being done right now, and then you bring it to us, and of course, you know, staff, they're listening to the mayor. Man, we don't look too smart. Believe me, I mean, it's very disappointing. And I'm sure other people see it, because remember, the county provides all these services. The college has them also. So we're going to tax the taxpayer twice to get the one service? I mean, man, you know, it's really a joke.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
Well, of course, childcare is highly needed, and it's definitely a good idea, but this is obviously Corey Jackson's, Chad Bianco's ballot debacle, where he's just trying to score political points. It's obvious Corey Jackson is just bringing this so he could use it for his campaign literature that he brought childcare to the community of Paris and Moreno Valley. So shame on that. It's for whatever. I'm not going to say much more, but it's shameful. I would just table it. Of course, it's something good, but I would just table it till after the election. Mr. Delgado, since you're running for that seat, I would just abstain from it. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and bring it back up to the dais, and I'll just kind of get us started with the deliberation. Just appreciate staff bringing this forward for our consideration, so that we can deliberate and, you know, take a vote and see how that goes. I think at the end of the day, you know, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but, you know, those of us in our city, including those of us in this chamber that have young children can speak from experience, lived experience currently. I know, some of you public speakers, most of you, if not all of you, have children or had children that are maybe grown now, but speaking from a place of living today and having to work, put food on the table, and going through the experience of being on wait lists, even myself, right, being on wait lists of trying to get slots so that my children have childcare and are able to get into these educational programs. I mean, it's a real challenge, especially for a city like ours, where we're a commuter city, and about vast majority of our working population has to leave the city every single day to work. And so the way I see it is, this is maybe not the best solution. It's not a perfect solution, but I think it's a good faith effort to try to expand access to childcare, and that's what it's all about. So, we'll see where the council decides to go with this, but whether this passes or not, and even if we support it and it makes its way to the governor's desk and gets signed, we still need to have a broader conversation about what we do as a body to expand and increase access to childcare. Because I 100% disagree with any comments that are saying, well, why don't they go to the county and all that. I mean, if you're privileged enough to have the money to pay for some of these programs that are more expensive, that's great. But not all the time can you find those childcare facilities in your own city, or that works best with your schedule. Some folks have to work multiple jobs. They're working at night. It's really difficult. And so I think at the end of the day, just a broader conversation of what we as a city council do moving forward to expand access to childcare to help our working families here in the city of Moreno Valley. So I'll leave my comments at that. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say a few words. Echoing the comments of the mayor, anything that expands childcare facilities, and if we can coordinate, with Paris and the various school districts to see how we can better have those opportunities for families, because families right now are struggling. They're struggling to put food on the table, pay rent, and childcare is a big chunk of their lives, especially for young families. So anything that promotes this, where a childcare district may help alleviate that and make sure that there's more opportunities for our young families in our city, in the city of Moreno Valley, city of Paris, and the school district. So I think anything that we can add to this toolbox will benefit families and support sustainability. So thank you.
I have one more comment, and I promise I'll be quiet. So I know for a fact that Paris Council does not agree with this, and I'm gonna read the first and last paragraph. Unfortunately, my council, this is from the mayor of Paris, unfortunately, my council has chosen not to support this bill, mainly for uncertainties on the funding mechanism, and I'll go down to the last paragraph. As currently drafted, however, the resolution creates an open-ended commitment for the city without the benefit of full information, which is unacceptable. So I don't see how we can move forward without support of the sister city. And I know you guys talked about school districts, and but the business part, obviously, Paris looked at this and their entire council said no, and not because we don't need or we're too good for subsidized childcare, because we all understand that we need it for sure, but this is not ready. So I just wanted to make sure that my peers knew that.
So I recognize the need for childcare as someone who spends roughly, and I'm on the lower end of $1,600 a month in childcare. I recognize the need for childcare. I think the idea is good. I think the idea is noble. I have a number of questions. One, this is just an assembly bill, whether or not it makes it out. I think that before this should have even come to us for this, we should know for a fact whether or not the funding is obtained. I have other questions. I wish that Assemblymember Jackson or a member of his staff was here to have this discussion, or would have at least reached out to have more of a thorough discussion, because I have a number of questions. So long term, is this under local control? The reimbursement of the up to $5 million, right? Because, you know, it could be reauthorized in 2030 to 2031, and it would have to go before basically both cities on a ballot. I also want to know, how are the members selected? Once we get to the member selection, how would the committee determine the requirements for access to the child care? I understand that he puts in here, it would only be those that the child care facilities would be unionized. Okay, so is this a partnership with UDW, that union that represents child cares in this area? And if so, do they get a seat on this board? The other question that I would have is, what would it require from city staff? Because obviously if it's a special district, we would need city staff as well as school board staff, because somebody would have to manage it, because it wouldn't be us. Also, is this like another one of our boards or commissions that we're on that we're appointing? So there's just a number of things and questions that go into it. Well, I don't think it is a bad idea. I think that we need to allow this to develop a little bit more. We need to get a little bit more conversation around it. I think that Assemblymember Jackson's staff should probably do some outreach, because unless we're gonna have a joint meeting together with Paris Elementary, Val Verde, the city of Moval, and the city of Paris, and I think that's probably why the city of Paris pulled back, is there's still some questions out there for a bill that hasn't made it through all the committees yet. So I think it's a little premature for us to say, like, we're going to support it and we commit to it, especially if we've already got Paris. It's kind of like, not right now. And then I don't know where the other ones stand about what's going on. So maybe that is also the discussion, so that we don't have any violations, that maybe we call a special meeting between all of the special districts that are going to be involved to say, like, what are the concerns that you have? What are the concerns that we have? And then the agreement is, okay, we will put it forward on a ballot because it's a good idea. And then if we're able to get the $5 million, and we also know that in this budget times right now, with the state of California, you know, we also know we may not get the $5 million seed money to begin with, because I know the last year or so, we've been told all the things that had to be cut, and there are things that there is no money for. So I do not think it is a bad idea, but I do think some more discussion needs to be had before I can fully say, yep, this is it. This is what we should do. I don't think he needs a letter of support right now about it, or a resolution behind it. I think they need to have a few more discussions with everybody and on the councils and school boards, and not just a select one or two and pulling info that way, because I have a number of questions that his district director or any of his staffers could have reached out, and I'd have been like, here are all the questions I have. And if they had been able to give me some answer around that, might have been satisfied with it.
I motion to decline the resolution in support of AB 2083.
I'll second.
And just real quick, I just have one final comment before we call for the vote. That again, just I think even if this doesn't pass, it looks like it's not. It looks like there's 3 votes to vote it down. We still need to explore options of how we have these conversations, to throw ideas around with our partner agencies like the school districts and neighboring cities if they choose to. So I'll be making a proposal under future agenda items to explore what those options look like, so we can initiate those conversations. But there's a motion and a second to vote.
Just some thoughts as you are now going to be thinking about future agenda item. We do have the joint task force, which meets with all of our regional bodies, includes the school districts, the colleges.
But it's not their electeds.
It is not their electeds.
It's a different meeting.
Yeah,
it's not that.
And we have asked their electeds to do joint meetings in the past, and it's been unsuccessful.
But that wouldn't include the city of Paris. So we would have to ask for a special meeting between us, the city of Paris, and Paris Elementary isn't included in that meeting either. So we would just, And I know, because you're looking like, how are we going to task with all of us coming together? But we will figure it out.
Then, but not now. This, can we just vote on this?
Yeah, right now we're not deliberating that. I think we
Yeah.
might be getting ahead of ourselves. So let's go ahead and take the vote. There's a motion and a second to.
Clarification on the vote.
It's yes to decline, right? Patty? Miss Patty, it's yes to decline?
Well, it would be, your
My motion
motion
was to
not to
decline.
approve, yeah.
Right, so it'd be
to-
yes to decline.
Yes,
Thank
correct.
you.
So, Councilmember Bernard?
I'm clarifying because I'm looking at,
I know, because it's up here, it says adopt the resolution.
Yes.
On our screen. So,
The motion made by Baca Santa Cruz was to vote it down, to not
correct.
support. So a yes vote would be to vote it down.
Yeah, correct.
yes, okay.
yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
No.
And Mayor Cabrera?
No.
Thank you.
At this time, my fever is coming back. I'm under the weather, and I'm going to excuse myself for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Next item is L2, approval of revisions to policy 1.10 regarding board and commission term limits and planning commission interview procedures. And we will hand it over to our city manager for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Fairly quick item. We were here last meeting to discuss potential revisions to policy 1.10. And as directed by council in that particular meeting, there were two items to bring back with revisions to the policy. So one of those is adding subsection G in section 3 appointment procedures. So in essence, adding the interview process for the planning commission appointments as discussed on the dais this last meeting and directed to staff. The other revision is revising subsection F in section 2 boards and commissions, which the other direction from council at last meeting was to bring back term limits for all for all commissioners and board appointees, and it would be for 3 terms. And so whatever the various terms are for the individual commissions or boards, there would be a 3-term limit. And with that, that concludes my comments, but I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back to the dais for council questions of staff.
Just to confirm, Brian, this would just be for the planning commission.
So the revision related to the interview process, that is just for the planning commission. For the term limit, it's going to be for all
Across the board.
all across the board commissioners and board members.
Thank you.
And one question I do have in the proposed changes, there's a red line version attached to the agenda. There's just 2, and the second one pertains to the term limits. It explicitly says there that it would not apply, if approved, the 3-term limit would not apply to retroactively, right? Is there a reason why it can't? Is that something, if we choose to, can we put that in place for existing commissioners?
Typically, we don't do things retroactive, and so we always look at prospectively. But I would have to defer to the city attorney on that because those particular appointees are already currently serving and been appointed.
Yeah, there's a general principle of law that all regulations, procedures, and policies are not to be applied retroactively. However, there are, you can, under some circumstances, if there's no expectation of any rights associated with that particular appointment, if that makes sense.
Very good, thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by the IE Informer, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening again. First of all, a shout out to Mr. Darrell Terrell, that's now on the County Planning Commission. And that brings me to my comments tonight, where I wanted to give you a little background. that over a decade and a half ago, my rest in peace sister, Victoria, was on the city council, and my niece, Elena Santa Cruz, was on the library commission, and I was on the arts commission. So one of my greatest accomplishments that I see were a lot of my ideals that came to flourish as on the arts commission. That included, Day of the Dead, Del Grito. We planted the seeds for the amphitheater and other things. But regardless, the point to that being that there is, would it be a policy of nepotism that came about because people disliked us being involved, and I think that nepotism policy should be rescinded if it does exist, because I'm interested in applying for the planning commission for the vacancy. So I don't think it would actually be legal. I will challenge it, that I should be automatically disqualified because of a distant relative being on the city council. So I ask that this be considered, the nepotism policy. It's discriminatory, and it has absolutely nothing to do, but basically it was done because of hate and jealousy, I guess. I mean, what was the purpose of creating that simply because they didn't like the fact that Victoria, bless her, God bless her soul, was on the city council, and Lynn and myself were in different commissions. So if you would consider that, looking into that and getting direction, I will be applying for that position, and I ask you to please consider me. I think I'm very well qualified for being on the Planning Commission. I know exactly what's going on in this city. Of course, we may have a lot of opposition because some people may not like my views, but I call it as it is. And I think sooner or later people will see exactly what I'm saying. And if I offended anybody, I apologize, but there's only a certain way that I can get across.
The next two speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Roy Blecker.
Luis Palomares, the last L1, I'm just going to say,
We're on L2.
I know where we're
Ms.
at, but
Palomares.
I have 25 grandkids and 18 great grands, and they all managed to find daycare, so don't go there.
From L2,
okay,
please.
Here we go. On the planning commissions, I hope, Mayor, you're not going to put forward people that aren't documented and don't even vote like you did last time at the last time when you put your people in there that you wanted in there. We want qualified people, not on the job training people. The ones in there, they're doing a good job, and sure, we need to fill the other seats, and I get that. But don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. That's all I'm saying. And as far as term limits, but how many terms? 3 terms. For how long? 4 years? I'm tired. 4 years or what on that one? And as far as they should come out and be and do a presentation and be able to answer the hard questions, because a lot of the newbies that he wanted to put in there are corrupt. Mayor, they didn't even know what the hell they were doing up there. And then we send one of the gals off that wasn't a registered voter that he put in that seat, not documented either, and she was, out there traveling and going to all the other things. Mayor, how do you get away with all this stuff? You sneak people in there. That's the way you do it, backwards, underhanded. And we know you were lobbying for your friend out there, Corey Jackson. That's why you're putting this forward. But yeah, we got to do the right thing for our community, not the right thing for you. And I hope the staff is doing what we need for the community, the people, the taxpayer. not for the mayor, not his bright ideas, because he always brings a lot of bright ideas. If it's not a good if it's not his idea, it's not a good idea. You know, so that's what I gotta say, and I'm tired. I'm going home.
The next speaker is Roy Bleckert.
So you ran Hurricane Louise out of words. Oh, man. The whole process of this, and I gave you permission to cheat. It should be on their copy and paste like we did it 12 years ago, so we don't have to keep going through this stuff. Get it on, get it done. It's really a disservice to the ones that are on the Planning Commission that we've extended them. And again, even from the development, and hopefully we get the general plan, we need an established Planning Commission in the terms so people have more confidence when they bring a project before the Planning Commission. They actually know who's going to be sitting on the dais. So let's work on being more simple, effective, and efficiency on all of this stuff so we're not here to 10:30, 11, 12, or whatever. Hisner brought up the retroactive part. So if you studied political science with your UCR degree, you should have known or studied, let's say, Prop 140. That was not retroactive. Most laws are not retroactive. Or when we passed term limits in 2016, they were not retroactive. And as the city attorney said, that is pretty much the tradition, because if you're going to start a new law, you start it from this point forward. The only purpose that I can see to bring up the retroactive is like this whole thing has been. We've been playing a political football with the whole Planning Commission issue, starting with the mayor. So you need to reform the process, get it done. So here we are years later, we're still going after the same thing, doing the same thing, hoping for a different result. You want to get the moniker off of the city, you want to get the curse off of the city. Let's start doing things properly. And with a little forethought and intelligence. Then you will probably find that we won't be in these situations as much as we are, and everybody will have a nice smiling face, as Shay just had, and we will all live happily ever after. As what did Louise say, Alice in Wonderland or something? Why don't we get to that point? I'd sure like to see it before I'm looking at the roots of the grass. I don't know if I will, but hope springs eternal.
Mayor, that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring it for council deliberation. If not, a motion and a second.
I make a motion to approve staff's recommendation to the revision to policy 110 regarding board and commission appointments.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Please
Councilmember
call for the
Bernard.
vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Paxan Cruz has left. Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is L3 regarding a regular and urgency ordinances regarding rotational tow services program. And we'll turn it back to our city manager for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'll make my presentation fairly short. Last council meeting, we were here to award bid predicated off of an RFP that had commenced and was getting ready to complete for the rotational tow program. Based on conversation on the dais at that particular point in time, staff was directed to decertify the RFP, come back with a regular and urgency ordinance related to the requirement that the tow yard, the tow company's tow yard had to be within our jurisdictional boundaries. So as such, The item before you tonight is adopt an urgency ordinance, introduce and subsequently adopt a regular ordinance. And what the ordinance is doing is providing you the options of how far you want a tow yard to be outside of jurisdictional boundary. So give you an example. What we placed in this is a kind of a menu that you could either direct staff 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, 4 miles, 5 miles for any one tow yard to be outside of our jurisdiction. Just give you an example of what that would mean. There potentially could be 2 additional tow companies within a mile, possibly an additional 2 within 3 miles, and another additional tow company within 5 miles for a total of 5 additional tow companies. So that's just the tow yard. The other requirements related to the tow yard are still in place. They need to have enough for 150 vehicles. There are still minimum requirements for response times and so forth that any one bidder in the future, because most likely what would happen is if approved tonight, ordinance would become effective and we would go out and do a new RFP based on the new municipal law predicated on this approval. The bidders would still need to meet those additional requirements related to the tow yard. All we're doing is trying to figure out, based on council conversation at the dais and direction, is where those tow yards are potentially located, whether they be in the city jurisdiction or any mileage outside of the city's jurisdiction up to 5 miles. With that, that concludes my comments, and I'm available for any particular questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll open it up to questions of staff.
Brian, how many tow companies right now are we capped at?
We're not necessarily capped at anything. So when we modified the rotational tow program 5 years ago, we received, as part of that RFP, 5 tow companies. Now, subsequently, from that time, we are down to 2 tow companies. And not to say any names, but based on the rotational tow program and the administration of the rotational tow program, which is the public safety contract administrator staff, as well as RSO being our law enforcement contract, there are no concerns with those 2 vendors related to our rotational tow program at this particular point in time.
Thank you.
And I will say that on a rotational tow basis, any one vendor, no matter how many you have, any one tow company that can't meet that minimum time frame in response,
Won't qualify.
well, they could just forego that call and we go to the next vendor. So, that's the only benefit to having a multitude of tow companies. But at this particular point in time, I have not heard anything from law enforcement or the public safety contract administrator that states that there are any concerns with response times.
Thank you, Brian.
Brian, so 2 companies responded to the RFP, correct? To the previous RFP.
So the previous RFP, so the one in, I think it was 2017, 18 timeframe, that was 5. The one that we just recently did that was decertified this last particular meeting, there were 3 that bid or applied, but there were 2 that were qualifying because the third vendor did not have a tow yard within our jurisdictional boundary.
Got it. So if we were, and if you could repeat the mile and the 3 mile radius, potentially the mile would increase it to how much?
So a mile potentially gets you 2 additional vendors, but those vendors still have to meet all of the other requirements of the RFP or the municipal code. If you go to 3 miles, that's going to be an additional 2 vendors, so you're up to 4 potentially 4 additional vendors.
For additional vendors.
Four
Got it.
additional vendors. And then if you go to the 5th mile, that picks up another vendor for an additional 5, potentially.
Potentially.
As long as they qualify for all the other requirements.
Thank you.
And Brian, are there any comparable cities that you're aware of or staff is aware of where they have in their ordinance where they allow for, say, a mile out from their city boundaries or 3 miles out?
I have not done extensive research on a multitude of jurisdictions, but I know that there are jurisdictions that do allow tow yards outside of their jurisdictional boundaries. And I'm also aware of, very similar to us, they must comply and be within the city limits. It's a policy issue, and therefore the only thing that from an operational standpoint of our rotational tow program that we would be concerned with is response time. So if you go 5 miles out and they're South Paris and they're having to come up, Heacock doesn't go through, they're coming up to 2:15 on a busy day, they might not meet the minimum response time. So that's the only thing that law enforcement and that staff as administrators of the rotational tow program would be concerned about, because you don't want on a hot summer day having somebody that is sitting on the side of the road in the sweltering heat and not getting a response time that our jurisdictional municipal code is requiring.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. Just trying to find that balance, right? And not just for response times for, law enforcement and emergency purposes, but also for those who do get their vehicles towed. Also, how do we strike that balance between what's too far and what's reasonable, right? Are there any other questions?
I have one clarifying question. So theoretically, we could have 100 tow companies. So if we go 5 miles out, just say, and there's 20 tow companies that qualify for, they meet all they meet all the requirements, and it comes back to you, RFP 1 through 20 qualify. How do you guys say, no, we only want 5, or we limit it to 5? I mean, I don't know. Is that, but theoretically?
I don't recall anything in the municipal code that caps it. So.
I thought it was 5. But.
No, that's, the 5 was just because we had 5 apply prior.
Before. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have confirmed with the prior public safety contract administrator that there is no cap. And so therefore, as Felicia used to administer that program, there is no cap.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, we can go to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are George Soto, followed by Christopher Navarro, followed by Randall Wilson.
Good evening, George Soto with Pepe's Towing Service. On April 7th council meeting, the term predatory towing was thrown around several times. What is predatory towing? The National Insurance Crime Bureau defines it as the use of deceptive, coercive, or illegal tactics by towing companies to remove vehicles and charge exorbitant non-consensual fees. Pepe's Towing does not engage in those practices. We do, however, provide towing services to multiple law enforcement agencies and private property owners and their agents following guidelines of the California Vehicle Code. I met with Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz about a year ago in her office. She mentioned a family member had been impounded from private property. I explained to her the do's and don'ts according to the California Vehicle Code. Councilmember Delgado, we had a phone conversation April 3rd after your friend was towed for being in violation of his HOA CC&Rs and the California Vehicle Code. You scheduled an in-person meeting for April 8th, which you canceled hours prior due to an unforeseen circumstance. However, whenever you want to reschedule a meeting or any council member to discuss Vehicle Code 22658, I'm always available. On April 7th, the City Council meeting, it was brought up to reissue another RFP and modify existing municipal code to allow tow companies outside the city to bid on the rotation tow program. My question to City Council, who really benefits from this? Is it your constituents that now must drive outside the city to retrieve their vehicle? Or is it law enforcement who must now wait longer for a tow truck to make its way to an accident scene? Two companies have continued to serve the city of Moreno Valley for years when the other tow service providers dropped out of the program. These two tow companies have cleaned up many accident scenes in a timely manner and hauled away many junk motorhomes that litter the city of Moreno Valley. The staff report has no mention of canceled calls or how many times those two companies have not met the required ETAs. Could it be because all the calls for service has been handled by these two loyal towers that didn't abandon their post when the others did? Or is it because a staff report and push to change municipal code was rushed and not enough data was collected? So once again, City Council members, who does this change in the municipal code really benefit? Thank you.
The next two speakers are Christopher Navarro, followed by Randall Wilson, followed by Christopher Baca.
Just a friendly reminder to keep it respectful, folks. Just let's set a good example here, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council. My name is Chris, and I'm the Operations Manager at Pepis Towing. I would like to express to the Council that this urgency ordinance is not needed. Mayor Cabrera, you previously mentioned your concern of only having two tow companies on rotation and the response times at the previous meeting. Last year, Pepis Towing responded to roughly 1,300 calls for service with an average response time of 6 minutes. The police department requires a response time of 20 minutes. Valley-wide towing also satisfies the required response times. There has never been an incident where neither Pepis Towing or Valley-wide was unable to respond to the call. When the police department called for a tow, Pepis Towing and Valley-wide always responded. One thing to consider is that the call volume has dramatically decreased over the years. Pepis Towing currently averages only 2 tows a day on the rotation. And between Pepis Towing and Valley-wide, we have approximately 25 tow trucks and 29 tow truck drivers currently registered to the city of Moreno Valley. There is simply no need for additional companies on rotation when the current tow providers are exceeding the expectations of the city and its police department. As you've heard, we have no complaints from the police department. Both tow companies are also tasked with removing junk motorhomes from city streets, and we are the ones that have to pay out of pocket to get them disposed of, which costs roughly around $1,200 per motorhome. There are several tow companies just outside the city that are notorious for refusing to tow these motorhomes for other law enforcement agencies, and Pepis Towing is always the company that has to come out and handle these services that they refuse to do. I ask that you please consider the impact that this will have on not only the current tow providers, but also the owners of the vehicles who travel outside of the city to retrieve their property and their vehicles. You know, it's rare in the towing industry to have tow companies who are on the same rotation get along. You know, this industry is very cutthroat, and Pepis Towing and Valley-wide Towing, we stand here united tonight to say that we've been handling the services with ease, and we ask that you keep the towing inside the city of Moreno Valley. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Randall Wilson, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Randall Wilson. I represent Valley-wide Towing, and we have been serving the city of Moreno Valley since 1982. In reference to the meeting of April 7th, the RFP was previously approved and sent out to the towers on 12/30 and was due on 1/30/2026. It was rejected 3 months later to allow a tow company outside the city limits to be on rotation. Since the inception of the program in 2010, there was 5 companies, and there have been specific requirements for tow companies to meet, all in the best interest of citizens of Moreno Valley. This includes being part of the city, having proper indoor and outdoor storage, and being able to make the required response time window. Hiring an outside company further away will affect response times negatively, and that will burden not only your citizens, but the police department as well. This will require citizens to wait longer for service, causing public safety concerns, and to travel outside the city to release accident vehicles to their insurance. Retrieve personal belongings out of their vehicles and retrieve their vehicle. If it is a law enforcement impound, Mr. Delgado, Ms. Baca Santa Cruz, your residents will have an additional 18 to 25-minute drive to go over there from your jurisdiction or districts. Mr. Gonzalez and Ms. Bernard, it's about 10 to 15 minutes for you guys. Your residents will have to make additional drives. Suggest they have an alternate vehicle, and that's only counting the times to go to the tow yard. But in case of law enforcement impounded vehicles, they're gonna have to go to the tow yard, grab the proper documentation, go back to the city, or police station, sorry, get a release, then come out here. Then go back to the tow yard, sorry, takes a while. Valley Towing has made significant investments in the city, our employees, and our yard to abide by these rules. I personally looked for another yard. My father was going to sell the property to downsize, as we do not need that much space for the vehicles. We have amount of space we have, and was not allowed to have a yard outside city limits that I had located for sale. That was within the 1 mile as well. All tow companies should abide by the same city ordinances we have all had to follow. We required a 20-minute window. Valley-wide towing currently averages the time of 14.3 minutes for 2026 and was 15.5 minutes in 2025. We are the furthest company from the city center. There is no way an outside company will make the required response window. Since the inception of the program, 2 companies have withdrawn due to low call volume and city fees going up. This holds true today as each company pays $100,000 over the 5-year period, increasing yearly, but the call volume continues to decrease or fluctuate. The RFP contract was posted on 12/30/25 and due on 1/30/26, and clearly stated in there must have a yard that can hold 150 cars and 5 cars inside and be within the city limits. So why was somebody even applying afterwards if they know they don't have the yard in Moreno Valley? And then
The next 2 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Roy Blecker.
Oh, he mentioned that Pepe's Towing is not involved in predatory towing. You can Google that. You can see how many lawsuits there are. You also had quite a few residents here the last time saying that they had been victims of Pepe's Towing predatory practices. He mentioned, actually, he was talking about me having my car towed. As a matter of fact, I'm going tomorrow to the court, since it's still within the time frame, to file a small claims court so he can return my $450 for illegally having my car towed away. That's predatory. I guess he doesn't know what predatory towing is. Pepe's Towing had no right patrolling the complex and at his discretion taking cars without the proper procedure. They illegally did that. He should be cited and should not be allowed. His license should be removed, because the procedure to have a car towed again and again, the procedure is that the management must call the tow company. The tow company must call the police department, and they both have to be there and signing it off. None of that happened. Pepe's Towing was getting bribes from the management to go in there. I mean, paying off bribes, or paying off whatever you want to call it, paying them off so that he can go in there and take cars at his discretion. So he's straight out here lying about him not involved in predatory towing. So Pepe's Towing, if you Google it, you had the people here. He's lying. So you do not need to have that type of business in this city. And I've been a victim of it, and I will be going tomorrow to small claims court to file his actions against me having my car towed away. Also, I think the other guy, now I see who they are, when I went to go pick up my car, he put it on a forklift and he messed up my catalytic converter. You know, they're just dirty. They're absolutely dirty, and they're just out to make a buck, and they don't care about the community and who they're towing. You know, some of these people in my complex that had their car towed away illegally, you know, that's all they had. We had a disabled woman. that never got her car back because she couldn't afford the $400. You had another lady trying to take her kids to school in the morning, because he went out there and towed a car away because she hadn't paid her registration. Well, didn't have a job. What right does he have going into?
The next speaker is Roy Bleckert.
So from the last meeting to this, I really don't see that we need to create any more or move the facilities out past the city limits. The concerns I have are this, and I would be okay with it if in the future, if we wanted to add rotational tow companies within the city, we could add them on. Is this just locked into these two companies for 5 years? If that's not the case, I'm perfectly fine with it. We just passed and finally got the general plan update. Maybe there's going to be more properties or opportunities to put impound yards in the city of Moreno Valley. So at this time, I think we should look at every option and distinguish every option is out before we even look at moving it out of the city limits. Response time, if you do have to get your car out of impounders, for the inconvenience, the time frame is critical if you're in emergency situation. So if we can work all that out, I think we should keep tow companies within the city limits. So that would be work out, I think, for everybody who needs a tow, has to have those services. We can get them done, get them in and out of here, keep the jobs in Moreno Valley, and I think it would be a winner for all.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comment for this item.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the dais for deliberation.
I'll start. Brian, I have a question for you. If we were to do this, whatever mile radius we allow, and a company comes in and they do not perform, they do not meet the requirements for for response times, is that something that is in their contract that we can say, if you don't meet this, you're gone, basically. You're no longer part of the rotation?
Yeah, as part of administration of the rotational tow, it's not only law enforcement side, but it's also the administration of the contracts. And if the tow companies aren't adhering to the contractual arrangements, which a lot of it has to do with our municipal code, then as the administrator, they do have the ability to go ahead and rescind the contractual arrangements with any one tow company that is not meeting the requirements.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarification, can you repeat the mile one is how many, possibly?
Okay, so all five of the potential tow companies that have tow yards outside of the city are in Paris. They have a lot of tow yards. So 1 mile would potentially pick up 2 vendors. At the 3rd mile, you pick up an additional 2. And at the 5th mile, you pick up an additional 1 for a total of 5 additional tow companies. And all of them are in Paris.
Thank you.
Right, and again, they would, even though they're there, they would have to apply, right? So that's they might not even be interested, correct?
Yeah, so depending on the policy decision you make tonight, that will set anything potentially outside our jurisdiction if that's what you choose, or you choose no revisions. And then I might be asking you some additional questions if there's no revisions, and possibly seeing if we can recertify the previous RFP. But it is up to the policy makers as to what you guys want to do. We do plan, based on whatever your decision is tonight, to quickly revamp the RFP and get back out into the public in the next day or so. So This particular urgency ordinance becomes effective immediately, so based on that policy decision tonight, we can effectively have the RFP probably updated and out by the end of this week. And yes, they would have to apply, they would have to meet all of the requirements and so forth.
And for clarification, the contract for the rotation, is that a 5-year, or what's the term of that contract, or the, whatever tow companies we bring in onto the rotation, what's the term?
We do 5-year rotational tow contracts. Again, if they're meeting the requirements of the contract, we continue with them. If they don't, then we remove them from the rotational tow program. But prototypically, it's 5 years. A lot of the contracts that we do, even for public services or for other means, it's best practice to always go back out and do an RFP about every 5 years. So that's a lot of times why you get 5-year contracts.
Thank you. So I would say, because the last meeting I was not, I did not know, I was not aware of, I've got some new information, in particular the response times. I was not aware of that. So thank you for sharing that. That definitely is helpful to know that there are no particular issues with response times with our existing 2 companies on the rotation. That being said, I also feel like, if we're going to award this rotation for 5 years, once we award it to whatever successful companies make it through and get awarded, it's going to be hard to undo it or redo it until 5 years out, right? So I just feel like it would still be prudent for us to look at least 1 mile. I think 3 miles, 5 miles, you're talking from one side of town to the other side of town. That's a lot. That's a long way to cover. I think 1 mile is reasonable, but I don't know. It could kind of go either way.
I think reasonable is like 3, but 5's too much.
I agree that 1 mile is sufficient, and that the reason I'm even torn, and thank you guys for servicing Moreno Valley the way you guys do, because apparently there are no issues with response times for our PD and our residents. That's response times. My concern is we're a city of 214,000 people, and we're only growing. We're only going to get bigger. And yes, I can sense that you're saying, well, we're handling it right. I understand that, but you never know what the future holds. If we open it up to 1 or 2, if we go 1 mile out, that's potential 2. That's not even if they'll qualify. That's potentially 2 more vendors. And to put 2 more, 4 is still not a lot for a city of our size. We're the 2nd largest city in Riverside County, only second to Riverside. So I don't think that's unreasonable to open it up 1 mile and still maintain those response times, because it's only a mile outside of the city. And who knows if it's 0.8 miles or if it's 0.5 miles. Who knows? Or if it's 1 mile. They still have to respond and perform. Or we're going to hear it from RSO.
Yeah, we did an extensive search. It was a Google search just to figure out the 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile. It could be 1.1. It could be 0.9. But in a Google search, because we're not really sure, based on GIS data, we're not really sure if they're 1 mile or 1.1. But we think that potentially you could pick up 2 vendors.
And just based on those parameters, again, they might not even respond to the RFP because they know they can't respond. They might just, look at what they can do and not respond.
And I agree. I was thinking the same along the lines of you. Like, currently the service is there, but we're growing. And again, that's why I bring up the 5-year term, because for 5 years we're going to lock this in. Changing it within that 5 years is going to be nearly impossible. So I'm just thinking future growth. These next 5 years, we're going to keep building rooftops and have more people coming into the city. And so just to have those contingencies in place, I think it's prudent. So, yeah, I would be comfortable with exploring at least the 1 mile. I think that's reasonable.
I'm comfortable with that.
You guys are comfortable.
Yeah, I don't know if D4 has anything to add there, or if not, we can.
I don't have anything to add. I'm good with the 1 mile radius.
Okay. So then with that, I think we can go ahead and make a motion then to approve staff's recommendations and include the changes to allow for up to a 1 mile radius beyond the city's boundaries to allow tow companies to apply for our RFP. Is that sufficient?
Yes. So basically, you're adopting staff's recommendation, but you're choosing the 1 mile radius for tow yards outside of the city jurisdiction. And you're directing staff to immediately prepare and distribute revised requests for proposals for references, any approved revisions to the city's rotational tow service program.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to our Regional Commission Committee Board reports. We do have a few. I think it looks like we're going to power through these, unless. Okay. So, okay, we have several. So, yeah, okay, we'll go to Councilmember Delgado for JPA.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight I'm providing an update from the March Joint Powers Commission meeting that was held on April 1st, 2026. Hold on. Okay. The commission approved the 2026 DC legislative platform, directed the CEO to file a notice of completion with the county recorder's office, authorized the CEO to execute a contract with March Inland Port Apron Reconstruction Project, and approve the mid-year budget adjustments for the March Inland Port Airport Authority. And that concludes my report from the March Joint Powers that was held on April 1, 2026.
Thank you. I'll just be presenting one for RCTC from the March 23rd meeting. The committee awarded agreements to several firms to provide transportation demand management, modernization plan and services. The plan and services play a critical role in improving mobility, reducing congestion, and supporting air quality goals. The plan will analyze localized travel behaviors, including the Moreno Valley Paris subregion of Riverside County, and provide recommendations accordingly. The next meeting is scheduled for April 27th, 2026. And that'll conclude my reports. Next, we'll go to Councilmember Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. I have, tonight I'm providing updates from the Riverside Transit Agency Board Directors meeting held on March 26th and the Administration and Operations Committee meeting held on April 1st. For the Board of Directors meeting, the board voted to approve new janitorial service contract with Base Hill Inc., the next lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and terminated the contract previously awarded to Premier Property Preservation LLC due to multiple instances of non-performance. Two other items listed on the agenda: authorization to award a contract to In Charge Energy Inc. and potential adjustment to board member compensation were postponed to the next meeting. For the Administration and Operations Committee meeting, the committee approved awarding a contract to Charter Communications Operating LLC for installation of the new high-speed internet circuits at the Riverside and Hemet facilities. The upgrades will double the current internet speed, enhance network redundancy, and the total project amount is $458,000. The next board meeting was held on April 16th. I'll be providing an update on that. Tonight, I'm providing another update. We awarded a new security services contract to Allied Universal Security Services to support system-wide transit security. The agreement strengthens field operations by providing continuous 24/7, 365 mobile patrol coverage and enhancing overall responsiveness across transit properties. An agenda item was also presented regarding potential adjustment to board member compensation, which has not been updated since 2008 and may be modified under existing authority. Following deliberation, a motion was introduced and approved by directing staff to develop a formal policy to increase the per meeting rate and return a draft policy for consideration at the next board meeting, which will be held on May 28th. And that concludes my report for the RTA directors meeting. And my last report, Mayor, is school districts and city joint task force. We got an update regarding the Let's Work Together safety training, a new initiative out of the Office of Emergency Management. We are currently preparing for the Public Safety Expo, which will be held May 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right outside of City Hall on Cali San Juan de Los Lagos. Please, please, please come. Our aquatics program starts June 22nd. We are doing another call to arts for the utility box program. Think Together said that they are using a state grant to provide opportunities at 5 schools in Valverde, 14 in Moreno Valley, and that includes Introduction to Banda, African drumming, yoga, which I just signed my son up for. Yes, they're doing yoga for, I think it is grades K through 5th, they're doing yoga. And additional creative and cultural opportunities. Our library is increasing participation program and engagement across Moreno Valley. Day of the book. Star Wars Read Day is May 2nd at 10 a.m. Valley View High School will be officially recognized as a California Distinguished High School. There will be a free health clinic at Vista del Lago High School April 25th and April 26th. So that's the end of this week from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. They will be offering oral cleanings, vision exams, general vital exams, and haircuts. And that's from the County Board of Supervisors office. Rising Stars is still providing high school diploma completion services. And that concludes the joint task force meeting. That's everything.
And then we'll pass it back to District 2 for another report.
This is for the Western Riverside Council of Governments, or WRCOG, that was held on April 6th. The committee meeting reports for fiscal department activities, committees, agency activities, and various external committees. They talked about the 2026 General Assembly Community Awards. The awardees will be recognized at the 35th Annual General Assembly and Leadership on June 18th, 2026. They went through IREN Energy Fellowship 2026-27 program service year. Approval of the updated personnel policies related to WRCOG employee leave benefits. And the next meeting will be held on Monday, May 4, 2026 at 2 o'clock at the CAC building in downtown Riverside on the first floor. And that concludes the report for WRCOG.
Thank you, and I believe that concludes all of our regional committee commission reports. Item N, Employee Association report. We do not have one tonight, which brings us to the famous city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Just want to remind the residents that we do have a Beautify Moval event this Saturday here at City Hall. Begins at 8 o'clock, and then we will depart to 2 different parks at 9 o'clock. So West Bluff Park in District 4 and Bethune Park in District 2. Sorry, my bad. Wrote those down wrong, sorry. Bethune Park in District 4, West Bluff Park in District 2. We are also participating and recognizing Arbor Day, and so we'll also be planting trees as well, as we are a Tree City USA designated city. We also will have environmental organizations that will host informational booths at City Hall during the morning events. I know that Councilmember Bernard kind of stole my thunder with my next comment, but OEM, our Office of Emergency Management, is working with a Let's Work Together campaign. In essence, what they're trying to do is connect with other regional partners, such as school districts, such as other businesses and so forth, to ensure that those entities are also emergency prepared. And so they're going through a multitude of training with the school district right now. They're working with Moreno Valley Unified School District. They'll also be working with the other school district, VVUSD, as well as the college and other businesses as well. So if you would like to, if you are a business or a regional entity, please reach out to our OEM department so that they can assist you with being emergency prepared as well. Thank you. That completes my comments.
Thank you. That brings us to council closing comments, and we'll go to District 4.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things we have been doing over the last month or so. After that meeting that we had the Public Works Rodeo the very next day. I would like to thank Melissa Walker and her team for going out there, and it's a very good event. We had San Bernardino County, different cities throughout Riverside and San Bernardino, and to see them out there, it's basically a competition, how quickly they can fill a pothole, move stuff around on a forklift. I saw very interesting things. There was a wheelbarrow race where, some of them were offloading wheels. So that was fun. That was interesting. So thank you for that invite. I'm hoping that it's here again next year, but I also understand we're trying to rotate it out. We had our Springtastic as well as our adult egg hunt. I would like to thank Parks and Rec for being flexible and moving the adult egg hunt, as the original date was exactly when the fire was happening. And so I thank the community as well as Parks and Rec for being flexible with that, because that was a curveball we weren't all expecting. Also, as you heard, we do have the Public Safety Expo coming up on May 16th, so please plan for that. I'm going to say this because everyone's going to say, we didn't know. Please check your soaring guide for the premier swim lessons. There's open swim and then there's swim lessons. Please sign up. Those classes fill up quickly. We keep trying to add them, but there's only so many hours in the day and there's only so much time we can do them. So please add them. Again, I'm going to repeat this. We do have a scholarship in there for those that are unable to afford the lessons. There is a scholarship. It's a quick and easy program. Just go ahead and sign up. So I encourage everyone to do that as we prepare for the summer season. And as I said, I was going to keep this pretty short, so I am. I also want to recognize that it is Autism Awareness Month. I will be at the Beautify Mo Valley event on Saturday, but then I will be leaving there to go do the autism walk at the Paris rail station with my family in honor of my son, who you have seen come out to more and more events. So please, as I always tell people, please be kind to each other and everyone. When I think about all the things that are happening in the world, one of the things that I try to always stress to people is kindness. I know the last meeting, I will say this, just kind of got a little off the rails, and that happens sometimes. But as I've always told people, did you do the best you can? And if not, we can do better tomorrow. And so I hope the public understands that we had some issues. We're working through it, but we did better in this meeting. And with that, I close, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we go to District 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I, too, attended the Springtastic. It was awesome watching the kids run and vacuum up those eggs like I wish they could in the yard with leaves. Then we went to the adult. I pictured that. I swear I pictured that they were picking up leaves in the yard, and I was like, I need them for 5 minutes. That's all I need. And then the adult egg hunt was massive. That was Jeremy out there throwing golden eggs everywhere. So anyways, I too attended the rodeo, whatever it's called, rodeo. And yes, it was interesting. These guys are talented. These guys they know their craft. So thank you, Melissa, for putting that on and hosting this year. And they were they're very, very excited about their craft. So, and they were on full display. I also attended the Moreno Valley College podcast with the Prez. I think he said you attended too, Mr. Mayor. So that was interesting. That was really cool. First time I've ever done a podcast, but that was really, really cool. And then I went to D.C. On the March Joint Powers Authority legislative trip to advocate for funding and more secure issues at the base, infrastructure, upgrades with the gas line. And how it's going to affect Moreno Valley is we're very, very close to completing funding for the Cactus Channel. So if you go drive down Heacock and you see the big flood channel that's already concrete and fenced in, we're going to do the same on Cactus that surrounds the base to prevent flooding on the runway. And what that does is it keeps the birds out of there for bird strikes on the jets as they take off. So really, really productive week that we had in D.C. Advocating for our base and our city of Moreno Valley. And like Councilmember Bernard said, please be kind to one another. And it really does not take a whole lot to be kind. And here we are coming up to the summer season, and I think that people are going to be out more. They're going to be barbecuing. They're going to be happier. So maybe easier to be kinder, maybe. Lieutenant Gaskins, you know what I'm talking about? Yes, sir. All right. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
I'll keep mine short. Also attended the adult egg hunt. It was great to see all the smiling faces of the residents that won the prizes, the TVs, the all the home things that were on display at the that they won. It was something nice to see, taking pictures. Great event by city staff as always. It's always changing, right? They had to set up a little bit. It was more streamlined, more efficient. The awarding of the prizes. So I think, and then Hisense, there was a lot of Hisense TVs. A shout out to our local business here that we got here in Moreno Valley. So great event, and I'm sure next year will be even greater and more well attended. And again, I just want to thank staff for all the work you guys put into the GPU. It was a lot, a long time coming, and thank you for all you do. And I also want to echo the comments of my peers. We can always do better, right? We got to make sure that we practice self-discipline and control our emotions as best we can, and definitely be nice to each other. It doesn't take too much, but it's a work in progress. So thank you, and have a good night, everyone.
Thank you. And I also had a chance to attend most of the events that have already been mentioned, so I won't go into that, but hats off to staff as always for successful events there and working with rescheduling due to the Springs fire. Not sure if I mentioned this last time, but Congressman Mark Takano secured $850,000 for our future Business and Employment Resource Center. He came and visited Moreno Valley to do a check presentation outside of our existing Burke, which is about 3,500 square feet. We are 10Xing that in the near future to 35,000 square feet. So that's a major influx of funding that the congressman was able to secure for us in this year's cycle. So appreciate Congressman Takano and his team for that, and thank you to our staff as well for helping to secure the funding. Also, last week had the opportunity to join the California Secretary of Labor, Knox, and the Deputy Secretary of Communications, Crystal Young. They came to visit us here in the city of Moreno Valley. Had the chance to give them a tour of Karma Automotive here in Moreno Valley, and also went to visit the city yard, where we gave them a really, a presentation, a close look at our city's EV fleet, our charging infrastructure, and had an opportunity to share with them what our big vision, big picture macroeconomic plans are for the future of our electric utility and what we're doing in conjunction with, for example, our state legislators, our representatives, to attract more of these businesses, more of these companies like Karma Automotive and any other companies that are along that supply chain. And just saw the other day that Rivian is opening a service facility in the city of Paris. So how do we continue to stack on top of all these, the momentum that's happening with Riverside and Moreno Valley and Paris? How do we continue to bring that here and create, hopefully, a few years from now, will be known as the EV hub of the nation. We're slowly working our way there, but it takes a lot of work. So thank you to staff for helping out with all that, and thank you to Secretary Knox and Deputy Secretary Young for making the trip down to Moreno Valley. And last but not least, want to mention that I'll be heading up to Sacramento these next couple of days, as much as it hurts to leave my son and my daughter and my wife. If you've been there, you know what it feels like to have to say bye and leave out the door, and they're dada looking at you crying. It hurts, but heading up there to Sacramento to advocate for the city of Moreno Valley and cities up and down the state of California. Be meeting tomorrow, rapid fire meetings with various state legislators, assembly members, senators. I'll be going to testify at a hearing as well on Thursday. We have a gubernatorial forum as well. So it's going to be rapid fire, busy next couple of days, but always a great time to put Moreno Valley on the map and to continue to work for our constituents here at home. So with that, I'll go ahead and conclude my closing comments, and we will move to item Q, future agenda items. I do have one. I don't know if it will require council action. It's regarding the childcare, just to explore if we can have meetings, maybe some initial meetings. If it's okay with the council, we can just direct staff to kind of start coordinating some of that and see what comes out, so we don't have to go through the 2-3-step process of agendizing items. Okay, it sounds like there's consensus on that. Thank you. Thank you.
No. I was just going to mention that based on our follow-up, we have that the city clerk would be reaching out to her respective peers of the other bodies to see if we can get those elected scheduled for joint meetings.
Yeah, thank you. And are there any public comments on this item?
We have one right now. Christopher Baca?
And we'll be limiting it to just a minute.
Okay, well, I would like to propose that you bring that MOU, since it was done improperly and you broke the Brown Act, that you do it correctly and you bring it back and do the process correctly. Also, the direction for the public safety building, that be brought out in public, and the public needs to know how and when and where anything is going to be built. As far as outside of what was proposed. So those two items, I think it's important that you guys really look into the MOU that was done improperly and fix that, because the most likely outcome of that's not going to be nice and going to tarnish the city. Is going to tarnish the city in the future. So I would suggest you do something.
Mayor, that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you. And with that, we'll officially adjourn our council meeting at 11:24 p.m. Have a good night.